call the Board of Supervisors to order, and good morning, everyone. Ms. Tamar, may I have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Giommi.
Here.
Supervisor White.
Here.
Supervisor Jones.
Present.
Supervisor Schutte.
Here.
Mayor Bagwell.
Here.
A quorum's present.
Thank you. Today we're going to have an invocation by Louis Locke from the Fountainhead Foursquare Church. Please lead us.
Let's pray together. Lord, we thank you for this day. Our hearts are heavy with the news of the passing of Debbie Navarro. We pray for your grace and comfort to be upon his family. We just ache. What a good man. How he served his family and served his community. And we pray for his household. Pray for our supervisors that you would give them good health and wisdom in the decisions that being made. And we thank you for your grace in our lives. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Supervisor Schutte, would you please do us the honor of leading the pledge?
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Supervisor Schutte. Okay, we are now on public comment. The public is invited at this time to comment on and discuss any topic that is relevant to or within the authority of this public body. And as a reminder, we're including the public comment on item 20A, which is the public hearing on the MOU with the Carson City Firefighters Association. Do we have any public comment?
There's no public comment at this time.
Thank you. Okay, then we're going to move on for action on our minutes of February 4th, 2021. Do I have any corrections? If not, I'll accept a motion, please.
I move to approve minutes.
I have a motion by Supervisor Jones and a second by Supervisor Giommi. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to move on to item 7A, which is a contract for our jail video surveillance project with Desert Hills Electric, Inc. for a not-to-exceed amount of $132,612. Is there any supervisor that has any questions specific to this contract? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion. Mr. Giommi? Yeah.
Trying to get my new mic to work. I move to approve the contract 203-00285 as presented.
Do I have a second?
I second that.
By Supervisor Giommi and a second by Supervisor Schutte to approve the contract as presented. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Say no. The motion carried unanimously. Thank you. You guys like this, right? Okay, we're going to move on. The next one is item 7B, discussion and possible action regarding authorization to purchase network equipment from ThinkMate. That's a ThinkMate. I like it. For not to exceed amount of $87,507. Does any member of the board have a question? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion. Supervisor Giommi?
Move to approve the purchase as presented or requested. Sorry, I'm laughing because my microphone is cracking me up.
May I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Giommi and a second by Supervisor Jones. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to item 7C. This one's discussion and possible action regarding a determination that Central Sierra Construction, Inc. is the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for contract 2030256, a community development block grant to do the Ross Gold ADA restroom renovation project. Does any member of the board have a question? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion. Oh, you have a question. Ms. Schutte?
Hi, it actually is more of a correction. On page 82, it should say Aubrey Rolat instead of Susan Merriweather as clerk
Change
recorder.
the clerk name. You can just include that in your motion. So
Oh, I'm
you're up.
sorry. Okay,
That's okay.
thank you.
You're up.
You get to make the motion.
Yeah, now you get to
Hey.
make the motion.
I move to award the contract as presented with the correction that on page 82, it says Aubrey Rolat instead of Susan Merriweather, clerk recorder.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Schutte and a second by Supervisor White to approve the contract with the correction on the contract itself on page C18, page 82 of our package, correcting Sue Merriweather to Aubrey Rollet. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. I don't think I can turn the pages fast enough. Okay. We're moving on to item 7D, which is discussion and possible action regarding the purchase authority for food for Carson City jail inmates from the vendors, including but not limited to Bakemark, National Food Group, Nichols and Company, and Franco-American Baking Company for not to exceed $227,600 through the June 30, 2021. Does anyone have any questions on this? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion. Supervisor White?
I move to approve the purchase authority as requested.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor White and a second by Supervisor Jomey to approve the contract. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. We're now going to move on to item 8A, which is, it looks like Dave Rubin is going to take us through this item. Thank you, Mr. Rubin.
Good morning, Supervisors. For the record, Dave Rubin, Carson City Fire Department. This item is for acceptance of a grant from the U.S. Forest Service that we applied for back in February of 2020. The grant amount is $230,500 with, and out of that is a community match of $23,500 cash from the property owners. And this is a Hazardous Fuels Community Protection Grant. It's a grant for private property that's adjacent to Forest Service lands. So we don't have that much of it down here, but up at the lake, there's 3 very large private parcels that this is going to do treat 2 of them. So it's mechanical treatment and some hand thinning in the really steep areas on 46 acres. And so there's no cost to the city. The match for the grant's being provided by the property owners. And one last thing, it's the Forest Service and their 10-year plan has done treatment all around it, and kind of we ended up with a donut hole where the Forest Service went all the way around the private property, so the private property is untreated, Forest Service land's treated. This allows us to complete that protection area by treating the private property with the Forest Service funding.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rubin. Supervisor Giomi?
Thank you. Chief, I just was curious why you're using Zephyr hand crew instead of our hand crews.
Great question. For one, it's a staffing level thing. They have more staff than we do to do that amount of work that has to be done. We'll probably send our guys up there for a day or 2 for training with them working in the timber, but it's mainly a manpower thing.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor White?
Good morning. Thank you, Dave, for actually working so hard on this. But I have to tell you, in my humble opinion, spending taxpayers' money on private property is fundamentally bad government, and I won't be able to support this.
Supervisor Schutte, you have a question?
Hi, I just want to say I actually appreciate this grant because while it's on private property, a fire would affect public property. And so I think it's good management in terms of there's just such an incredible risk when you are in timber for fire spread. So thank you.
Do I have any other questions? I don't see any. In that case, Supervisor Giomi, I'll accept your motion.
I move to accept the grant as presented.
I second.
Second by Supervisor Shute. All those in favor, please say aye. Yes. Any opposed? So I have 4 yeses and a no by Supervisor White. Thank you so very much. Okay, we're going to move on to item 8B, which is discussion and possible action regarding the proposed acceptance of a grant in the amount of $86,250 from FEMA through the State of Nevada Department of Public Safety, Division of Emergency Management, now that we got all that figured out, which requires a 25% grant match by Carson City in the amount of $28,750 to update our Carson City Hazard Mitigation Plan from 2021 through 2026. I have a question, Supervisor Giomi.
Yeah, thank you. I really, it's not that deep a question. I just wanted to get Chief Dana up here to actually have to say something in front of us. So I'll ask him if he's going to be using a contractor or coordinating it yourself, or what's the plan?
So the plan is to go out to bid through RFP. So I'm preparing for that process now to go out to bid through a contractor. So the portion of it will be in-kind services, so I certainly will be involved in it, as well as many other aspects of the city, like GIS and so forth. So,
Okay, thank you. And
And a great smile. Yeah, I see no other questions. Supervisor Giomi, if you'd like to make the motion.
I would. I move to accept the grant as presented.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Giomi and a second by Supervisor Jones. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carried unanimously.
thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move on to item 9A. Does any members of the board have a question on the historical tax deferment? No? I'll accept a motion. Supervisor Shute?
I move to approve the request for a historical tax deferment.
I have a motion by Supervisor Shute and a second by Supervisor Giomi. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The motion carries 4-0, 4 with 1 no by Supervisor White. Thank you. Okay, we're going to recess now as the Board of Supervisors. And yeah, what are you doing, Sheriff? Get back up there. We're going to come as the Liquor and Entertainment Board. Tamar, will you please give us a roll call?
Chair Bagwell,
Present?
Member Giomi,
Here.
Member White. Here. Member Jones.
Present.
Member Shute,
Here.
Member Furlong. Here. A quorum's present.
So much. This is now the time for public comment for the Liquor and Entertainment Board. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment at this time.
Thank you. The next item for discussion and approval is our February 6th, 2020 minutes. May I have a motion, Supervisor Giomi?
Yeah, I move to approve the meeting minutes of the Liquor and Entertainment Board from February 6, 2020 as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Giomi and a second by Supervisor Jones to approve the minutes of February 6th, 2020. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to move on to item 14A concerning the annual report of the Liquor Hearings Officer and any recommendations that may be coming forward. Lee, are you going to start us off on this item?
I will introduce it. Good morning. Lee Plemmel, Community Development Director. I'm one of the city's 2 appointed liquor hearings officers. Hope Sullivan's the other one. She's not able to make it to the meeting today. But the primary purpose of this item and why it's initially put on the agenda is to provide an annual report to the board, to the liquor board regarding actions taken by the hearings officer. since we have a couple new supervisors, just note that liquor licenses used to come to these meetings. I think it's been more than 2 years, 2 or 3 years ago now, when they used to come to these meetings. And the board changed it in the code to appoint a liquor hearings officer, so they go to a meeting. There is a publicly noticed meeting that's held in our offices. It's an administrative hearings officer that essentially does the same process, but it's not in this public forum. It's in our offices. And they still go through the same process, obviously, with the background checks and other things through the sheriff's office. And so annually, we come to give a report on what has happened over the last year. And additionally on this, you'll see there's some late material. So there's been some discussion going back to discussions with the sheriff about cleaning, in particular about cleaning up the processes of background checks and things like that, and time. And while we're looking at the municipal code in general, time to start thinking about changes to and cleanup in the liquor code ordinance. So I'm going to give my report pretty briefly, and then I'm going to turn it over to Todd Reese to talk a little bit about the liquor license ordinance. And the report regarding our actions is short. It's in your staff report. There were, got the wrong page. There were 5 meetings held in 2020, I guess. And I should say this, so and there's a meeting every time a liquor manager changes too, that would be a meeting. So these aren't necessarily all new liquor licenses, but if the liquor manager is changing, there's a meeting for that. And seven liquor licenses were approved, and you have a list of the businesses that got liquor licenses. And as I said, some of them are not new businesses, just new liquor managers. And then with compliance checks, and the sheriff's also here, and could probably talk a little bit more about this, but again, it was 2020, so I'm sure that affected everybody's work, how things were done. But there were compliance checks in August and September with a total of 34 businesses that were subject to the compliance checks, and 9 businesses failed. And then through as you'll see in the code, there's penalties for first violations, second violations, and third violations. A third violation would then come to the hearings officer for possible revocation, and there were within a certain time period, and there were not any of those third violations that occurred. I'll conclude my presentation. That's the short part of it, and if you have any questions on those aspects of it, I'd be happy to answer, or I'll turn it over to Mr. Reese.
Supervisor Giomi has a question.
Yeah, I just had a quick question for the sheriff relative to compliance checks. When you, in normal times, non-2020 times, do you, after you do a compliance check for a location that's had a violation, do you sample them again, or do you are you kind of hands off? I mean, it seems like it would make sense to go back and try and see if they made
Try and go back.
repairs.
Try and go back.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I don't see any other questions. Mr. Reese?
Good morning, Todd Reese, Deputy District Attorney for the record. I've been asked to provide a brief overview of the liquor laws and how they work for you. Specifically, I'm focusing on licensing as opposed to enforcement or anything else. Nevada has a 3-tier liquor system composed of suppliers and manufacturers. Then on the top tier, importers and wholesalers on the middle tier, and retailers on the bottom tier. Suppliers and manufacturers a supplier is a producer of liquor outside of Nevada. A manufacturer is a producer of liquor generally inside of Nevada. Importers are businesses that import or bring bring liquor from outside of Nevada into Nevada. And wholesalers are businesses that sell liquor, or that buy liquor from importers or are an importer themselves, and then sell the liquor to the retailers. And then retailers, of course, are businesses that sell to the public. In general, a business cannot be vertically integrated through all three systems. They're prohibited from doing that. They can generally choose to be one or the other. Manufacturers, of course, can, and suppliers, of course, can sell directly to consumers, but they're somewhat limited on the volumes that they can sell. Suppliers and suppliers and manufacturers are generally licensed by the Nevada Department of Taxation, although there is overlap with the city. Importers and wholesalers generally start the licensing process with the city. There is, and then retail licensing is generally done solely by Carson City. There's some specific classes of licensees, specifically importers, wholesalers, wineries, instructional winemaking facilities, breweries, brew pubs, craft distilleries, and estate distilleries that are specifically called out in the Nevada Revised Statutes as being initially licensed by the city, and then the city forwards their approval or disapproval to the Department of Taxation, and then the Department of Taxation will actually issue the liquor license to those entities. So with that, the application process generally, well, let me take a step back. In Carson City, of course, you have the liquor board, which is yourself, and as Lee explained, the liquor board has appointed hearings officers to generally do the day-to-day business of processing liquor applications or liquor license applications. The application process, an application, in general, anyone except for suppliers makes their application to Carson City. In the application process, per NRS, the city shall require satisfactory evidence that the applicant is a person of good moral character. So the application itself is governed by chapter CCMC chapter 4.13. You need the applicant needs to submit an application, needs to submit an investigation fee and any other fees initially except for the annual fee. It needs to include the names and addresses of the persons to whom the liquor license will be issued. And if it's a partnership or a corporation, they need to name the partners or the officers of the corporation. The class of the license sought, the location of the premises, the name of the owner of the premises, and it needs to be signed by all the persons who are listed on the application. It also includes it requires a sworn affidavit signed by the person who will be the liquor manager, which states that all of the employees serving or selling the liquor will complete a server training course that's acceptable to the sheriff's office. In general, briefly with the application process, once the application is received, as currently in the CCMC, a background investigation is conducted by the sheriff's office, including a determination of moral character as required by statute. There's an investigation by the health department of the location where that's proposed to have the liquor license. And then there is a hearing before a hearing officer, either Lee or Hope, and they will consider the application and any issues raised by anybody about the application and approve or deny the application. If the application is denied, if the application is approved, then it is the annual fee is collected, and depending on the type of license, it's either simply the city will issue a license, or the city will forward the approval to the Department of Taxation for the issuance of a license. If the application is denied, then the applicant has an appeal process to the liquor board, and if the liquor board denies the application, then the application is denied. If the application is for one of the enumerated types of licenses in the NRS, that the Department of Taxation licenses, then the city will notify the Department of Taxation if it's denied that it's denied, and the Department of Taxation can hold a hearing on whether it should be granted and determine to grant the license anyway if the decision of the city was arbitrary, unreasonable, or unjust. So for those enumerated classes of licenses, importers, wholesalers, and generally producers, wineries, instructional facilities, brewers, brew pubs, craft distilleries, and estate distilleries, there's a second bite of the apple, if you will, with the Department of Taxation. That is a very brief overview of the liquor laws. If you have any questions, I will do my best to answer them.
So I guess I'll start a little bit. I want to talk about during the pandemic, some things that I noticed that we made changes. And so I want to talk about the fee structure that we have implemented here based on the type of packaging and whether you're doing dining and things of that nature. And it really revolves around many of the restaurants in town got creative for income to give to sell packaged, bottles of wine. And so I want to kind of go through the fee component, Mr. Plemmel, if we can, to see what this board thinks about just allowing that within that initial license instead of making them pay an extra $100 and adding on an additional license to be able to let a bottle of wine that's closed, is my understanding, right? It has to be a packaged item. So would you go over that a little bit for us?
Sure. And just to kind of clarify that discussion a little bit further, there's these various types of liquor licenses that have fees, and if you add the takeaway, the packaged liquor to it, there's an additional fee. However, from our side, from our processing side, and even from the sheriff's investigation side, there's no difference to the person in any review from giving a liquor license to somebody who sells it and serves it on site versus somebody who sells it packaged to take it away. So I think the suggestion and part of that would be to look at just having a fee, whatever it is for the liquor license is to have it to be that fee. And then, but I think in what was done during the pandemic in particular, there were restaurants that didn't sell packaged liquor, but they came in, if many came in at least legitimately to legalize their ability to package out a closed bottle of beer with their meals. They came in and updated their license and they paid the additional fee. They already had a liquor manager, so there was no additional review. They just were able to come in and update their license and be able to legally then sell the liquor for takeaway with their meals.
So,
And
go ahead. I was just going to say, does anyone have a question about that or a comment, Supervisor Gioni?
I did. I thought my hand was up.
I just cleared you.
Oh.
I'm quick.
Leah, that was, as I looked through this, that was the comment that I had, why do we have to have so many categories? The process is the same. I guess, if it's just, it isn't costing us more money to allow them to have packaged liquor. There isn't any more city time. So, I mean, that was the first thing that I thought in my head is to, in 4.13.050 is to simplify that. And if you have a license, you have a license and you can do X, Y, Z. And, maybe of a reason for it to be a little bit different or to have different categories. But to my thinking, it's, if we don't do anything different and if our process is the same, why would we have to have so many categories?
And that's exactly what we're saying, that I think we will take a look at that. As Todd was saying, there are different levels with the state, so I think that's probably a good break point. For example, we have a brew pub liquor license, and those licenses come through, and those could be triggers for us to know that that also requires a license from the state, for example. But Yes, I think that's what we're saying, is we should go back and look.
But, so that might be a reason to
Yeah.
have a separate category.
that
But it
cat-
wouldn't
Not a separate
necessarily,
But not
but it
between.
wouldn't necessarily have to be an extra fee on top of
Right.
it. It would just
Right.
be its own category.
Yeah.
Potentially. Now, the only other comment I had is that you mentioned out-of-town liquor managers, then we don't have a regulation, and I would support seeing something relative to that, because, I think there's a big difference between what the sheriff sees when we have people who are in the restaurant all the time, and when the liquor manager is absent, is not there. So I think having some kind of regulation relative to that is a good thing.
Supervisor White?
Thank you. I would have to concur with the mayor and Supervisor Giomi that as we moved through this last year, we see what I would call an evolution of businesses trying to figure out how to stay alive. And so I would say as we move through this, keep an eye out for those evolutionary things that we can streamline, make it simpler, not only on the businesses, but on yourselves as well.
Supervisor Jones?
What is the additional fee, Lee, for,
It's $100 extra for the pack, 800 versus 900, so it's $100. I looked that one up just because it piqued my interest. So it's an extra $100 for them to be able to sell the bottle of wine or the packaged beer. And so I'm getting a flavor that we're directing staff to consider reducing and combining fees and making it a little more user-friendly. Again, there's no extra requirement there. Also, just in general, I feel very strongly, having been in the food business, we can't have a certified food manager gone longer than 15 minutes and has to be accessible. I always got caught when I was going to the bank. It was like, I need coins, but I still had to be even available by phone. So I think needs to be a liquor manager on site for the sheriff's office to communicate with. You guys failed, you didn't fail, you did well, you need more server training, whatever. And so I'd like to have the DA, when he's rewriting this, look at the out-of-town to see whether we should have a required liquor manager in town on site. Let's talk about, if we can now, the background check process so that we're clear in code who is getting the background check. So is it the licensed liquor manager that we're going to have on site, all owners, and maybe the sheriff wants to what interpretation do you think is in the best interest of the
I
city?
will chime in on this for the record, Furlong. Under investigations, 4.13080, I believe I'm correct. And item B, it says that the investigation of the moral character of the person or persons applying for the license, which would be your liquor manager, and managers of the proposed businesses. We do not conduct background checks on the managers of the business. We do it on the liquor license holder. And I would like to chime in with everyone else that we feel very, very strongly that the liquor license manager must be a person who is accessible to us, not out of state, not out of town, but somebody who is in the business, who is managing the liquor compliance requirements, and that somebody that we can contact in the event, as Lori said, somebody that we can contact in the event that there is a challenge that needs to be addressed on the spot. We feel very, very strongly about that.
Mr. Plemmel?
Yeah, that reminded me to this, back to the original presentation of, what happens when there's a denial of a license, and there hasn't been a denial of a license since I've been here, and I don't remember one even, maybe there's one at the board a long time ago, but I'll tell you why, because they don't get to us. Because when they go through the background check, and the sheriff is pretty good at talking to them and convincing them to get somebody else to be the liquor manager if it gets to that level. So we don't see those, but there is a review, and it's happening where we get a different liquor manager.
Thank you, Lee. This is Furlong again. In cases where either the health department or the sheriff's department recommends a denial, is that an automatic to your office, or how is that dealt with?
So speaking as a liquor hearings officer, I would take the sheriff's recommendation pretty seriously, and I can't imagine myself approving one against the sheriff's recommendation.
Thank you. Supervisor Giomi?
Yeah, I guess I'm curious as to how the process would work if, let's say I were a restaurant owner, or I'm opening a restaurant, and Morris is my liquor manager. He's of high moral character, obviously. But I as the owner am not. I've got a couple of DUIs, maybe I got a couple of misdemeanors on my record. I don't see in here where we're looking at the owners. So I guess I'm wondering what would happen?
That circumstance has happened. And
I don't
would
doubt
say
it. That's why I'm
many
asking.
times. The focus has been on the liquor manager himself. The manager of the business, the owner of the business is more responsible to Lee's office and code enforcement type activities. As far as the background investigation, in those circumstances where a background investigation has not come back favorable, we bring them in and try to sift through other options in order for the business to establish itself, which is a good for Carson City, but that the people that are running the activities will comply with the requirements of this code. It's a challenge.
So
it has happened
okay.
many times.
I mean, so we're okay with that? I guess I'm asking that. So in that scenario, we're okay with it because me, as the non-moral guy and owner of the business, is not there and essentially not responsible for the liquor component. And my good moral guy would be. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, there may be a solution to that on the DA's office side, and I chime over to them that we look at the investigations paragraph and change some of the verbiage that may allow us to look at managers or owners on a case-by-case basis. But to require us to look at all managers, it's not something we have ever done.
So you're asking for that language to come out, the manager language to come out?
We're asking for that language to come out. In the background investigation of the person, it normally has a summary of the entire business, and those types of conversations have been shared with Lee's office and the sheriff's office. And like Lee said, we bring those people in, and we have that hard discussion, but it's in private versus in public.
Yeah, I get it. I could just see a scenario where, some of my cousins from the old country want to open a restaurant and intimidate someone into being their liquor manager who is of high moral character when all of the people behind them are not. I don't know if I have an answer, but it struck me how that would be very possible. And, I don't know. I don't know. I bring that up to really complicate the matter, I guess.
There's a challenging line in every one of these circumstances.
Yeah, okay, thanks, I hear you.
The code requires the liquor manager be 21 years of age or older. 21-year-olds can be intimidated.
Yeah.
My point exactly.
I think we have more issues here that maybe the sheriff and I can work with the DA's office when he's crafting this update to bring back to us, because I guess I'm a little bit concerned that it talks about a person. So you also have corporations, right? You have Walmarts, you have Target, all of those. So if this board's okay, I think the sheriff and I'll work with Mr. Reese to really go through the scenarios and determine what the most appropriate background checks are based on scenarios, because I think there's no one size fits all in what we're doing here.
I don't believe there is a one-size-fits, and I did meet with the mayor and Lee with council present. I think that what we really would like to see is a cleaning up of some of the verbiage, if that's correct, and to come back here to the board and talk more in detail about what is the board's policy or direction, how do we want this program to really function? But I believe, Ms. Bagwell, that we wanted to come back and do that versus doing that today.
Yes, my objective here was, as I just indicated, to see if we had general agreement on the areas to review, and then that the sheriff and I would work with Mr. Reese and bring it back, obviously, for an overall discussion, maybe a few decision points. But if that works, because I also want to talk about the disciplinary actions. So part of the code here talks about a 12-month period that they're getting their citations, maybe a warning, first citation, second citation, third citation, and really looking at the server training, because it's okay, the fine went up and it says you have to have your people get server training within 120 days. Well, if I got my fine 2 weeks ago and then I do it again in 2 weeks, it's the same, get the people server training. So I think we need to work a little bit in that arena too, unless you all, and we can talk about, is it a rolling 12 months or is it a calendar year? So if they had, pretend they got one in January, they got one in June, and then they waited to the next January, they start all over again, or should that be 3 infractions? You know, because they're not, I don't know. I think if you get them that rapidly, you're not really paying attention to the server training that you had.
As well, this will give licensing an opportunity to clarify some of the verbiage that they struggle with from time to time. Requirements that may be in this code that really don't have any teeth, if you will. The servers are required to have training. They are required to submit it to licensing. But what if they don't?
Yeah, what if
That's the answer.
What if the 120
That
days?
exactly is the answer.
Other section, because I did ask you all to read the liquor license. I gave you weeks and weeks of notice. Was there any other section that we have not discussed today that you think some general cleanup or improvement in the code needs to occur? Anything else jump out at you? Mr. Jones?
Well, does Leah, are you satisfied, or do you think I think when you have this meeting with Leah ought to be included too.
Oh, I have no problem with that. Okay.
Yeah, yes, we've identified, I mean, these kind of points for clarification have been identified in us continually working with the sheriff and per our discussions there. Thank you.
Lee, just for the record, one other question that I apologize, I may not be absolutely clear on. 2020, Stacy, was a calendar year. We normally entertain many activities downtown. Wine walks is just an example. Does this code present an obstacle to the community festivities that take place in our downtown or other areas, types of activities?
The question, I don't believe it's an obstacle. I think there's a little bit of crossover that I think we need to look at between this and the special event code for temporary liquor license, using air quotes because I don't think that term's actually used in there. But for special events, they are able, there's a special license for special events for serving liquor that's in there, but that's something we need to consider in looking at the code and making sure it's consistent and working properly.
Okay, we'll add that, temporary liquor licenses. So if there's no further questions, then the sheriff and I will work with Mr. Reed and Ms. Reese, excuse me, and Mr. Plemmel to bring this back then to the board to, and then if anybody has any other ideas that we missed today, please let me know. Other than that, okay, we'll move on. Thank you so very much. Do you have enough, did we give you enough work, Mr. Reese?
Plenty, yes.
I thought so. Okay, then we're going to move on to the final public comment of the Liquor and Entertainment Board. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment at this time.
Thank you so much. Okay, then we're going to adjourn as the Liquor and Entertainment Board and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. Give you a brief moment there. We're going to move on to item number 18A, which deals with our audit committee. So if Ms. Russell will come up, we'll start that, and I'll do my disclosure while she's coming up and we're switching seats. NRS 281A 420 requires me to disclose a conflict of interest and abstain from voting when I have a disqualifying conflict. My son works for Eide Bailey. I previously abstained from voting on the award of the contract to Eide Bailey because I believed that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position could be materially affected by my relationship with my son, who, although he did not and does not currently have any direct involvement in Carson City audits, could in general be impacted as an employee by the awarding of contracts to his firm. Here, however, the contract has already been awarded, and the item before us now only involves giving direction to the internal auditor by the board as a whole for purposes relating to a recommendation plan and removal of completed findings that have been recommended. Because the giving of procedural directions is a routine function and does not materially affect the independence of my judgment based on my relationship with my son, and also because NRS 281A 420 requires abstention only in clear cases, I do not have a disqualifying conflict and will be voting on this matter. Thank you. Ms. Russell, will you take us through?
Good morning.
Good morning.
You guys are moving right along in the budget. Amazing, or in the agenda. Okay, so this item, I'm kind of the middleman for this, what happens here. So the audit committee recommended certain closures, and I'm reporting to you to have those approved for closure. So I provided a Excel spreadsheet. I'm happy to go through it and let you know what happened exactly. The audit committee has already vetted these. So I'm looking at closing one item on temporary staffing, item number 2, cash handling, number 10, 11, 16, and 18. The social media, just one item, number 7, and then the entire AP and P card audit is ready for closure. If you wanted to go through each one or just I can answer questions, I'm happy to do it either way.
Does anyone have any questions? Supervisor Giomi?
Sherry, my only comment is I don't have any questions on what you're closing, and I know the audit committees look at it. I just, for those of us who aren't on the audit committee, I mean, we just see this, so it would be helpful if the status comments were updated to reflect the activity that was going on, and in some cases it's not. For instance, if you look at page 228, item 10, that's a bad one. Hold on, let me find a better example, sorry. Give me 1 second.
No second, no problem.
Page 231, item 1, under AP and P card audit. Under comments, it says the city will update the P card manual, but if you look over, it says it was completed. So the city actually already has updated the P card manual. So as I read that, it just kind of doesn't make sense to me why you're asking us to close it if you haven't yet updated it. But I assume you have updated it, otherwise you wouldn't have brought it forward.
Yeah, that's why we added the actual completion date column, so
Right.
we can show you when it's completed, but I'll definitely add a comment.
I mean, I think just the comment should match.
Another updated that's
Correct.
complete.
And you did on
I
some.
can add that.
There are some, if you go back, you'll see some that say update.
It's the timing, right?
But it's probably just a timing thing.
Yes.
It
But
is, it's
for
timing.
those of you who deal with it all the time, I know it's second nature and it's in your head. For the 4 of us who don't, it's a little helpful to be pulled in the right direction.
Sure.
Thank
sure.
you.
I understand, thank you.
Yep. Nope, you're
This
exactly
sheet-
right.
this-
It's
this
a
sheet just
timing.
keeps getting
'cause-
better and better.
Yeah, because sometimes they've just completed it and presented it at the audit meeting, the completion, but she doesn't, it's fine to go back and update it from the audit meeting. That's a great comment. And then just so that you all know, all these audits are online. If you ever want the full breadth of what the discussion was, especially if you want it,
Yeah,
Most-
fascinating reading.
I knew that was gonna come up, but I just thought I'd offer it anyway, in case you need some good reading. Okay, I don't see any other questions. Supervisor Giomi, I'll accept your motion.
I move to approve the audit committee's recommendations as presented.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Giomi and a second by Supervisor Jones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me get caught up. Okay, we're going to move on to item 18B, dealing with our landfill. Ms. Russell, please take us through this.
So this is another item where we're requesting write-offs. The landfill is an entity that actually does a really great job with their collections. So I come before the board asking for write-offs very, very rarely with the landfill. I would say maybe every 3 to 5 years I end up coming before. This is a kind of a special one. It's a little bigger. There is one big item. However, as far as I understand it, the big item was more of a billing error. They should have got a discount that they didn't get. And so that carried over with the new ERP system into the new ERP system. And now we're just trying to get it off the books. And so for full transparency, instead of just fixing the error, we're asking for a write-off to take that off the books. So we do have a hard collections company through the ambulance, and I did speak with them, and we are able to send these to hard collections if that's the pleasure of the board. However, the big one, the rubbish runners, I don't believe that's going to be collectible either way because, like I said, it was more of a billing error. We can see what we can get from Diversified Concrete, the other large one in the schedule. They're in Chapter 7, but we can send them to the hard
Ms. Russell,
collections.
first of all, I'm interested in the city's policy concerning bankruptcies, and it's not specific to the landfill, but the landfill would be one example. So I'm looking to ensure that we're filing a claim against a bankruptcy, because what happens is they list the person filing a bankruptcy, the company, lists all their creditors that they're asking for relief. So the city would receive a notice of the bankruptcy and given a form to file a claim. So I would like to know procedurally that we always file a claim. So that's my first question.
I'm fairly certain we don't. That's why we have a hard collections. So I would get in touch with the national business, the hard collections agency. They've offered to help us out with these couple landfill claims as well.
So you're barred from collections. In a bankruptcy, you have to file a claim. You cannot, that's the whole reason they file for bankruptcy is to stop the phone calls, because I doubt we're the only one that they have not paid.
Right.
But the way to get the money is to file the form, to be able to be in it. So I'm interested in, and they're relatively easy to complete. You're just attaching a copy of their billing or whatever that's necessary. So I'd like to see us update in our policy, because to me, it looks like you're saying I'm writing it off because I got the bankruptcy notice. So we know they're a bankrupt company.
I think to answer I think NBF does that. I believe NBF does that. So just because we write it off, this is the way it was with ambulance collection. Just because it's written off the books, which is more of an accounting practice that we have to do to maintain our books on the finance
So the
side.
receivables are correct,
The
right?
receivables
Right.
still are open, and NBF does continue to work to collect. But I believe they also file the paperwork on
it's
our
a-
behalf.
I just want to make sure,
But
because
I agree with you. I'm just
you're not
saying I
gonna
think NBF does
I doubt you're even going to get to them fast enough to get the claim filed. So all I ask is that in the procedure, if we're going to turn them over to hard collections, which I'm fully in favor of, I want to make sure where the bankruptcy filing is occurring, whether it's with the vendor or with us, but I don't want to miss. It's not a lot. You only sometimes get 10 cents on the dollar, but we should collect in all avenues possible.
Okay, well,
So-
we'll definitely look at the policy for landfill and make sure the language is in there,
Thank you.
one way or another.
Yeah, whoever's going to have the,
Whoever's gonna file it, we'll make sure the language.
okay, does anybody else have a? Ms. Shooty?
Hi, I just have a quick question about, you were talking about the error, addressing an error with rubbish runners. Can you explain that a little bit more, why the decision to write it off?
That's why Darren's here.
Thank
So hopefully he
you.
can help explain that.
Good morning, Darren Schultz for the Record Public Works Director. I also have our manager of our landfill online, Rick Cooley. So the big write-off, the reason that we as staff are okay with it and recommending it is this particular vendor was not, they brought a lot of waste to the landfill, but in our minds, they weren't necessarily a good customer. And what that means is they had difficulty paying their bill on time and consistent. So there's a allowance in our landfill rates for our large commercial carriers that if they bring in over a certain amount of trash every year, we are allowed to give them a discounted rate. But because in our mind, this wasn't they didn't do a good job of paying their bills, we never allowed that discounted rate for this customer. Okay. So over this time, just even in the last year that they were in business, they were still required to pay the higher rate. So what we did is a quick analysis of the amount of trash they brought in at that higher rate compared to the amount of trash that they brought in if we had given them the discounted rate, which they qualified for, and they well and above paid for what we're asking for in a write-off here. So in our mind, the city was able to recoup the money because of this judgment that was made on our part in terms of making sure that we collected our money. So that's the background on that large claim.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor White?
Thank you. I have to tell you that I am particularly disturbed that we're sitting here talking about this size of bills coming from 2017 and 2018. Frankly, I don't think your efforts to collect this bill have been strong enough, and I'm not willing to let $57,000 walk out the door just because you all decided to do whatever it is you did. Go get this $57,000 in whatever manner you can. That's the bottom line. This is awful.
So let me ask this a little bit differently. The policy that is in place to allow large trash vendors to receive a discounted rate, do we have procedures that indicate what allows you to be eligible for that? So I think I'm a little more interested in, right, so that we don't ever get in this issue again. So if do they get a 10% discount, 20% discount? Maybe Mr. Cooley's on the line, but what I'm looking for, did this occur because we procedurally did not discount it and it should have been discounted, and so it's not really technically a write-off, it's technically a correction, because it gives me two different answers as to what method we should be utilizing here. So I need to understand whether our procedure indicates if you do not have timely pay, you lose your discount. Or, or was it a judgment call that was being made, and maybe the corrective action here is that we look at the policy. And so I leave that to you.
So yeah, the way it's in the rates is if you bring, and I think the number is 100,000, over 100,000 tons a year, that you qualify for this lower discounted rate. Also in the policy is where you can get an account as a commercial customer and you don't pay every time you come out, right? We
Lawn
keep track of it.
service.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So those are the type of things that are in the policy. What's not in the policy is anything that says specifically, if you as a large customer don't pay your bill every month, the city is allowed to charge you the higher rate. That was something that we recognized as, hey, this isn't a real good customer. They bring us a lot of trash, but they're not a real good customer in paying. We're not going to give them any sort of a discount until that changes, and it never changed. So you've hit the point where it's, do you consider this as a write-off, or do you consider this as the city received the money because we charged them at a higher rate? Yes, that's the point here today. And
So potentially what, we just have to decide. So Mr. White's suggesting that there's somewhere to get the money. I think there was also some research done that there's nowhere to get the money, and you're going to have to prove that the amounts were due. So there's some discussion there. So Supervisor Giomi? I'll clear it.
I got it. No, it's not that. I couldn't get the mic on. Surprise, surprise. We don't stop trying to collect this. I think that's a point that we just need to remember, because we turn it over to a hard collect agency. So, the city has done what they can to try and collect. Now we turn it over to people who are experts. It's the same with ambulance billing. So these aren't getting forgotten. They're just getting removed from the books. It's really, it's an accounting transaction. They still will get worked by the hard collect agency, who will continue to do it. And if I understand what you're saying correctly, Darren, had rubbish runners been granted the lower rate, which they qualified for, they wouldn't even be on this list. That's what you're saying.
well, yes, if they had paid that total lower rate number,
Correct.
we charged them the higher rate, so
Right, that's what
they
I'm saying.
paid us
Yes,
more
yes.
than what we
Correct.
lost. Yes.
Okay. And I guess the other thing I would say is that I'm assuming you've either corrected or are going to correct the policy that allows people to be extended credit if they don't pay their bill. I'm assuming you either have fixed that or will fix that.
We formalized it, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I have no problem with this then. Thank you.
Supervisor Jones?
So if I understand, you're saying it was a wash because you charged them at a higher rate, but they had paid some amount towards this. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's
The bill
a wash
itself
in,
is a
it's a
wash.
wash in the city's favor.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor White?
So do we need to have a conversation, policy conversation for the future anyway, in regards to, do we have enough of this going on that perhaps the policy should say, the first payment you miss, you're going on a cash basis?
I mean, we're here to hear what you have to say. If we did that, we would lose, I don't know, 25, 30% of our payment customers, because it's pretty standard business out there. What we do is we kind of watch it. It's more on a 2 or 3 month level, where it's like 2 or 3 months stack up. We haven't reached a payment, and then we fire a warning and say, we're going to put you on cash if you do. And 98% of the time, they send us a big check, sorry, and away we go. But that's the business. But
Well-
we can change that if you guys.
Yeah, I saw that in the backup material about the 90 days and all of that, but perhaps these companies that aren't good customers, that are running at $10,000 a month, maybe there's a 2-tier policy capability there that if you have a history of missing payments, pretty soon, we're not letting you get to us for $57,000. By putting you on a cash basis.
Yeah, everything that's being said here is accurate. I do want to go off of what Ms. Russell said at the beginning, is it's rare that we do this. It's unfortunate, but it is very rare, and we feel like we've kind of hit the sweet spot. But again, I mean, no, we want no write-offs. So we'll go back and look at it, or if there's other direction that you want to provide us in terms of changing what we're doing, we can do that as well.
So the real discussion for me on the $57,000 one is before I send that to hard collections, I need to validate that it's an accurate debt. I think that's what's more bothering me here. I'm hearing a mixed message that the debt was not actually receivable because they should have had the discount, and that you did not have a policy that says if you miss your January and February bill, you lose your discount authority. So I guess that's what bothers me the most, is I need to make sure that before I send it to hard collections, that it's a validated debt. Writing it off is one thing, sending it to hard collections is something else. And so I just need some clarity as to whether or not we're going to send the $57,000 to debt collection.
When I spoke with the gal at the that does the ambulance collections, she was willing to take the two large ones because it's hard collection, so they do a lot of work to collect these. So they didn't want the little ones; they didn't think were really worth it. But I was actually considering only taking the one in Chapter 7 because that one we do have a potential to collect something, whereas the other one, like I said, is more of a billing error. So we could send that to hard collections, but at the end of the day, I think we're gonna have a hard time proving that they owe it, so.
Supervisor Schutte.
Thank you. And perhaps maybe clarifying the language, because it makes sense that you wouldn't offer a discounted rate for a customer who isn't paying the bill, or the bill is paid late. And so I understand the reasoning, but maybe just really clarify that so that if this happens again, it's easier to then list it as a billing. It was billed this way, and then with the caveat that had this company been a good customer, we would have really received above and beyond what they would have been billed, but because they didn't follow through, this is why they were billed this.
Actually, I think your policy should closely align what the general business industry does. So the amount of the bill is $100. If you pay it within 15 days, it's net, and that's how they get the discount. I think that would help you with all of the customer accounts that you're talking about. If you want the discount, you pay your bill within the 15 days of the billing cycle or whatever that is to get it. And I think that would then be much clearer that you're entitled to it only if you're paying timely. Otherwise, guess what? Pay the whole bill, right? That usually gets a check faster because they want the discounts. So it's just a thought. I think here we can take a motion to do the write-off, and then I'm comfortable with Ms. Russell working with the vendor to determine whether or not that $57,000 is a valid hard collection, and you can work that out. So Supervisor Giomi?
Yeah, I move to approve the application to remove $66,175.26 in uncollectible accounts receivable from the records of the landfill, and to direct staff to send those write-offs that are appropriate to hard collection.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Giomi and a second by Supervisor Jones. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. We're on item 18C, which is discussion and possible action regarding the report of the condition of the fund in the Treasury. Do I have any questions? Seeing none, I'll take a motion. Supervisor Giomi?
I move to accept the report.
I second.
Motion by Supervisor Giomi and second by Supervisor Schutte. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Okay, we're going to go on to a big one. Is everyone okay? We can keep on going? Okay. We're on item 19A. Mr. Stuckey, are you going to take us through the methodology for the South Carson Street NID?
I will, thank you. Let me pull up a PowerPoint here. Great, thank you, Board. Dan Stuckey, Deputy Public Works Director for the record. So yeah, we're going to take you through just a little history. I know the board's very aware, but I think for the general public as well as the property owners, I think it's good to kind of step through the history here and how we've come to this point of attempting here to form a neighborhood improvement district for the South Carson Street corridor. So first, the background, I just wanted to start out with the 2014 plan of expenditures, and that was outlined, obviously, 2014 by the Board of Supervisors, how we were going to spend that 8-cent sales tax and invest in those corridors. The corridors were identified in that plan of expenditures: South Carson Street, Downtown Corridor, North Carson Street, Williams Street. And, I think the purpose of that plan of expenditures and that investment was to not only invest in the infrastructure, the hard pavement and utilities with separate funding sources, but also take that 8-cent sales tax and invest to improve those corridors as a whole, from a business aiding to help those adjacent businesses, but also, aiding those businesses, creating a better holistic feel for that corridor. So with those and specified in those plan of expenditures was these formation of the neighborhood improvement districts. Obviously, that's been done for the Downtown Street corridor. That's been going for about 3 to 4 years now. And now, after the South Carson Street, we're on to the south, trying to form that South Carson Street corridor. So when we looked and designed these projects, based on that plan of expenditures, we looked at these projects as a whole and designed them to collectively benefit those corridors as well. For example, with the South Carson Street corridor project, the multi-use path was to bring, pedestrians, cyclists into that corridor, street lighting to enhance the safety and of that corridor from an operation traffic safety standpoint, but also from pedestrian and cyclist standpoint. Huge investment in pavement and underground utilities in that corridor. We invested those flashing beacons at 3 locations to help bring people from the east side, the multi-use path on the east side of the street, help get people across to those businesses on the west side of the street. We removed nearly 4,000 linear feet of that raised concrete median that was there prior to this project, which limited access across the corridor. I know many of the dealerships and big businesses down there were appreciative of that part of the project. So all of those were designed with the intent of making these a better functioning corridor, not only for the businesses, but also for the traveling public. Now, that holistic, that looking at the corridor as a whole from a design and a project construction standpoint, that translates to how we kind of formed and looked at the NID as well. So whether a business has a trash receptacle directly in front of their businesses, or a street light directly in front of their business, or if the roundabout is directly in front of their business, we looked at the roundabout providing better traffic operations, aesthetics to the overall corridor, the trash receptacle helping for the cleanliness of the overall corridor, the street light helping with the safety and pedestrian mobility, cyclist mobility, motorist mobility of that corridor. So again, we took all that into account when looking at this NID, and I'll go into a little more detail on the methodology later on in the presentation. So we did come to the board in March 2020, so basically a year ago. We came and we presented the implementation of the NID as well, similar presentation. The board made the decision at that time to not implement for fiscal year 21 and directed staff to come back in a year to form in fiscal year 2020. So that's why we are here today. The public outreach and noticing, all the property owners were noticed in February of 2020. We had a public meeting. This is all kind of pre-COVID days where we had a public meeting over at the Adams Hub there off of Proctor in March of 2020. It was attended by about 6 or 7 businesses at the time. And then we sent out prior to this meeting in February, again, noticing letters to all the property owners. We've also created a web page on this Carson Proud website. I've got the web page there that we've been obviously updated with all the attachments that we're at the board in the letter that are shown in your supporting documentation. In the letter, we directed the property owners to find out their specific assessments and maintenance standards and all of that. We directed them to this web page as well. So here's a picture, and this is in your packet, of how we form the NID boundaries. So the limits of the South Carson NID are from 5th Street all the way to the interchange to the south. We looked at it again as that holistic South Carson Street commercial corridor. For the most part, these are properties that directly front South Carson Street or have access onto South Carson Street. So again, there's some exclusions. The U.S. Forest Service parcel is not in here because it's a federal property, and it's basically excluded in NRS from being accessible under a neighborhood improvement district. There are state properties in here. I do want to note that, but that is basically the delineation of how we came up with the South Carson NID boundary. So the maintenance standards, there's 4 or 5 pages that really detail this in your packet. Landscape and irrigation maintenance, obviously that's a major part. There was significant investment there. A lot of that separated bike path landscape buffer there, as well as the roundabout landscaping and the irrigation that goes along with that. I do want to point out that all landscaping that was previously maintained by those adjacent businesses in front of their businesses will be maintained by those adjacent businesses after the NID. The NID will not maintain those areas. The NID will be maintaining those newly constructed landscape areas. So I think that's important to note that, a NID's not paying into a property owner's not paying into a NID to maintain the business's landscaping across the street that they've always maintained. So there's a clear distinction between that, and I wanted to point that out. I'm not going to go through all the maintenance standards, but generally there's sidewalk maintenance, weed abatement. There is an option to power wash sections, heavily trafficked sections of the corridor if needed, emptying trash receptacles. I do want to point out that this is a very, very different corridor than what is downtown Carson Street, in the sense that it's wider, it's less dense. So we design that accordingly, and the maintenance standards are specified accordingly as well. So for example, I think on the downtown part, we had 30 trash cans within a mile length of downtown corridor. The South Carson NID's got, I think, 7 or 8 trash cans across 2.5 miles, and they're strategically located a lot of times on that multi-use path or north of the roundabout. There's some more up there. But again, this is a different corridor, and we treated it as such. The litter pickup and trash removal, I think downtown they do it every, week, 3 or 4 days there. This is, a week, 2-week basis. So we're just not going to probably have the density that we have downtown. Snow removal, we do have that included in the maintenance standards, snow removal of the multi-use path. The adjacent businesses will still be responsible for snow removal of their sidewalks, just like they always have. That is not included within the NID. So this is all summarized in more detail in your packet, but here's a summary. So the total cost with those maintenance standards that we specified is about $142,000. It's important to note out that the city, whatever the city was paying or using staff resources, material costs to maintain that corridor before, that will be paid into the NID to help reduce that $142,000. Examples of those areas are that Greenbelt area near the roundabout, where park staff has mowed historically, fertilized, done irrigation maintenance. That was roughly $17,000 based off work order history that they invest every year. So they will pay into the NID that amount as well, even though a NID contractor would be mowing that area in the future. Public Works, from a Public Works perspective, there's weed abatement and such along the entire corridor. That was about $4,000 of staff and material costs that would be applied to the NID in the future. So The NID responsibility comes down to about $120,000 there shown. And there's again, more detailed breakout in your packet. So how did we look at the cost allocation, the different assessment scenarios? I'll show you on the next slide, but we looked at 8 different scenarios based off parcel area, building square footage, frontage length. We looked at various percentages of how we'd weight all those across the corridor. The downtown NID is primarily based on building square footage. What we noticed when we tried to apply that to the South Carson corridor, there's wide variability in the building square footage along there. So what ended up happening is your car dealerships, your Rayleighs, your big box stores essentially covered almost the entire cost of the NID. And we didn't think that was necessarily fair and representative of what should be done in that corridor. So what we felt was the most fairest and reasonable methodology, and what we're proposing here today, is to use 50% parcel area and 50% frontage length to determine those cost allocations for those assessments. I do want to point out on the frontage length, this is a way that, businesses that are directly not fronting South Carson Street, but are within that commercial corridor, they will pay a less rate because they are not going to have any frontage length. And so sometimes that'll reduce their assessment significantly. So I know in the downtown NID, I think there's a weight on direct benefit versus indirect. I think it's a 75% versus 100. We did this a little differently here, but there still is that direct and indirect benefit because we took into account frontage length. So I just want to point that out. So again, with this 50 and 50 methodology that we're proposing, you see that less variability. I think when I said the 100% building square footage, I think you got anywhere from about $10 to $10,000. And so here you look at the range and it's much more tight, and I think evenly and fairly distributed across the corridor. And there's essentially what I summarized. So you can see, again, the variability there. I'll let Lee kind of take over the next steps of as far as coming back to the board and forming this.
Thank you. Lee Plemmel, Community Development Director. So yeah, talking about the process, and I've been our department has been bringing forward the downtown NID assessment annually. So continuing, and we're adding this to the list of the process that we're doing for the NID. So for the South Carson NID, Neighborhood Improvement District, there's actually, because it's being created, it's a little bit two-step process. There needs to be the documents to create the NID and the documents to assess the properties for next fiscal year. Those are going to be running parallel beginning on April 15th with the necessary steps per NRS to do that. And those steps are going to be running parallel. You will see the downtown NID assessment documents coming forward on those same meetings in parallel. So it would be April 15th, May 20th, and because we need the extra time between first and second reading, it's going to now be the second meeting in June when we do second reading, but it has to be done by June 30th to assess the properties for next fiscal year. The one meeting I've added on there tentatively is a draft ordinance review for the creation of it. And an ordinance, based on the discussion, is going to be where we have provisions such as the cost increase, limits on cost increase, and our assumption is we're going to use the downtown model for that, which I may as well just mention that because I've had the question from a property owner too, that what's done downtown is the assessment is increased annually by the consumer price index and not more than 5% in it, whichever is less. And the CPI for last year was 2.3 for the downtown. For the upcoming year, it's going to be 1.4% increase. There's also provisions in there about when there's a reserve balance reach, a certain reserve balance for there, that the assessment is reduced accordingly. So there's still enough to pay for it, but it's not assessed fully. And for example, last year, the downtown assessment was 16% less than it would be if it just continued to increase by the downtown, by the consumer price index. So yeah, just to briefly go, that kind of summarizes the the process. I'll turn it back to Dan, and of course, again, I'll be available also to try to answer any questions you have.
I'm done, so open it up to questions.
Okay. Supervisor Jones?
The letter from Campani, I thought was a pretty well-written letter. And I'm assuming you're going to get more once that word is out. There has to be some validity to what he's saying. Do you want to comment on that letter a little bit?
Sure, I can. I tried to address some of it through kind of my intro there, but yeah, I can comment on it. Again, I think the point about, whether the multi-use path, whatever side of the road it's on, or where a trash can's located, or where a street light's located, we're thinking of a benefit to the entire corridor through the project components that we're putting in. So yeah, they may not be directly in front, but as far as, again, those businesses adjacent to that corridor, we do feel like what is out there and what's been built today is a benefit. There are many features, as I mentioned, that as far as, business access and such that maybe weren't discussed in the letter, that maybe were forgotten. But again, the removal of the center median really aids, including those car dealership properties, really helps without the corridor. That was a major project improvement. Yeah, we could get down into all sorts of different details and try to figure out, this property is getting, X% benefit because of these features directly in front of it. But I think you're going to get a very, very complex process with that. And I'm not sure if that's going to be any more fair or representative of what's out there and what's truly benefiting the corridor than what we propose today.
So what I'd like to do at this level up here is that we walk through a couple of thought processes on the NID. And then that will, I think, bear fruit as to how we want to go forward. That will address the comments that we've received. So to me, the first issue, if I really read the Campani letter, its real overarching question is simply, they don't want a NID. If I really read it, it says no NID. So our first discussion point is, do we believe that a NID should be formed? And so the question, that's the overarching question. Should there be a NID? And then we can go down. If we say yes, there should be a NID, then we'll go to the next series of questions. So I believe we should have a NID because that's what we did in the plan of expenditure. That's what we promised the taxpayers, that we were going to implement a 1/8 cent sales tax for the infrastructure, but that the maintenance would be done by the parcels that, like you said, receive overall benefit, maybe some more or less direct, but that's what we told the people we were going to do. And so you already know my personal opinion. When you tell the public you're going to do something with the tax, I think that's what you ought to do. And I think that Mr. Stuckey said it correctly. It's way too difficult to start parsing each and every little, am I going to snowplow in front of your business? Am I going to empty your trash in front of your business? So our first question is hand, and I'd like to hear your comments of whether you think we should even have a South Carson NID. So if we could start with that. Anybody want to jump in? Supervisor Giomi?
Looks like we pushed our buttons at the
You got
exact
two
same
ones.
time. The
You guys are
exact
good.
same time. That is synchronized button pushing. I was not on the board when the decision was made to go forward with the plan of expenditure and the 1/8 sales tax increase. But this body, when that was taken forward, did make a commitment to the community that the businesses who were directly benefiting, and I'll use benefit in the broadest sense of the term, from that are the ones who should pay for the maintenance and upkeep going forward, so that it isn't a burden on the full community of taxpayers. I certainly understand what Campani is saying. I get that, you know, those improvements may not be directly in front of his property. But I think if we look at the greater good for the community, I don't think anyone can argue that now from 580 all the way to the middle of town, we've got a cohesive, vibrant, improved entry corridor into our community. And I think not only do those businesses benefit on the whole because of that beautification and improved functionality, but I think our community as a whole benefits. So I think that we owe it to the community to honor the decision that this body made in the past and move forward with the NID.
Supervisor Jones?
I agree with Stacy. We did promise the NID, and we have to fulfill that promise. I'm a critic of the downtown NID. I'm not happy with it. I never have been. And I think the problem is we establish something and then we never follow up. And I think there needs to be a follow-up on this as well as the downtown.
Supervisor Schutte?
Thank you. I agree with what everyone is saying, although I didn't get, through reading the letter, the impression that Mr. Campani was against the NID per se. It seemed more of some of how costs are determined. Specifically, there were, you know, a couple areas that don't have the frontage link that which Dan addressed. Thank you. But perhaps maybe some of his concern could also be that because he has a lot of square footage, that he feels that he's bearing a greater responsibility for the cost than perhaps some smaller businesses that actually see more immediate benefits in terms of the landscaping, in terms of the beautification, that kind of thing. That said, I also really appreciate overall the benefit to the community that a NID provides, in that all of the work and all of the money that was put into South Carson Street project really benefits Carson City as a whole, because it is it's just inviting, and I believe people are more willing to visit. They're driving slower in order to actually visit some of these businesses. And so I think that having a NID is really important. I would just, just that we take into account those concerns, and if there's a way to help it make sense better, that would be awesome. Thanks.
Supervisor White?
Thank you. So like Stacy, I wasn't on the board when this whole process started, but I was present. I was very present, very vocal. I don't remember any complaints about the NID idea when this was all being talked about and put together. I do remember some folks had angst about the NID, based mostly in the fear of the unknown. But as that process worked through, I saw a lot of buy-in. So now here we are today talking about this NID. I've heard one complaint. Maybe the rest of the business owners aren't calling me, but they could. Everybody knows my phone number. I say we move forward with the NID because how many years we've been doing this? And virtually no complaints until the facts and figures are in on this one. Let's go.
Supervisor Jones?
I didn't take that Campani was complaining against the NID per se. I think
He is. I did have a discussion.
Well,
No, I want to disclose that I actually discussed it.
okay. All
So
right.
their first objection is the NID at all. So they just don't believe one's necessary. And then if we see it, they have all these other discussions. So I want to move on because I think we've gotten consensus that we need to form the NID. So that's the first high-level piece. Would you please do me a favor and put the NID map up? Because I do want to address each issue within the letter of concern. So we'll move to the map itself now. When I look at this, tell me what he was indicating. I believe there was a property on Rhodes somewhere is there, looking at this map, they all look like they have frontage on Carson Street. I've got it, I think. Yes, if you can talk about that, because I do want to address any issue. How many parcels? Oh, I gotcha. The little, yeah, okay. That would be wonderful, thank you. There you go.
I'll start, and before turning it back over to Dan, Lee Plemmel, Community Development Director. So we've had a lot of discussion and gone back and forth and put individual properties in and out, trying to establish what the commercial corridor is. And we try to use the downtown as the model in the approach. And as Dan said during his presentation, and I think as Supervisor Giomi said, there's not just a benefit to those with a new sidewalk on their doorstep. It's in the downtown that created more people going downtown, and people don't stop and not turn the corner on the side street that didn't have the improvements. But what we did was, for the downtown, there was the 100% assessment for those right on Carson Street. And if you were off behind and on the back streets, it's a 75% downtown. You pay at a 75% rate. So similarly to this, there are some individual properties that don't necessarily front right on Carson Street and may even be back around the corner, but just for consistency are included in the district. I mean, it's the commercial corridor. People down there, they have access to the side streets. And there are you end up with some individual properties that aren't even on the side streets and may only have access on Curry Street. But again, it's just looking at it in terms of trying to figure out, in our approach, what is the South Carson Street commercial corridor that benefits generally and broadly from these improvements. So that I just wanted to note up front, that's our approach, and maybe Dan can add to that, and we can talk about specific properties.
I just went to the carsonproud.com and then went that way and grabbed the big map.
I wasn't connected to the internet before, but
Okay.
I am
Got
now.
Thank
I think it's easier to probably just go to our map geo site and
Okay.
zoom in on some of those properties.
And the parcels that I was thinking about, in addition to the ones that Campani mentioned, which is, on the corner of Rhodes and Curry, I suppose you could make an argument that there's sort of direct access to Carson Street through Rhodes, but then there's a couple of parcels that are directly across from what is the sign shop down there that have no direct access to, and if you can go a little bit north on your map, and there you go, those two to the left, just as an example, I mean, they don't have access to Carson Street at all. So I guess we could argue all day about which ones to put in, because we're all going to have different ideas. And I'm sure this is the same conversation that you all had as a group too, which to put in and which to put out. There's no easy answer, because if we take those two out and maybe take 5 or 6 others out, pretty soon, the price goes up for the ones that are remaining. And as you look at it, quite honestly, a lot of the larger parcels that are paying in excess of $2,000 or $3,000 are off Carson Street, but they are state of Nevada properties. So if we're going to apply this across the board, it's going to pull off some pretty big dollar assessments that are going to drive the cost up for everybody else. So, my 2 cents worth is to take the advice of staff who has spent a lot of time looking at this, follow the practice that we followed downtown, and leave the map the way it is. It's not a motion, it's just my thought.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll take some responsibility, I think, for, in the end, saying that, well, I think we could justify consistency with, I think we have a rationally justify what we've included, but also know, I say, well, let's include them and let you decide to take them out. I mean, frankly, I think we have, like I said, I think it's a rational boundary. But by us including them now, they got the notice and had the opportunity to say and argue against it. So that's why we went, if anything, a little bit more inclusive with this round at this time.
Can I ask one more question about that notice? Because I remember that when we discussed it, I guess it was about this time last year, there were some people who had contacted me that said they had not gotten a proper notification. And so can you speak to that? Do you feel confident that you hit all the right people this time around?
I do. The Shelley Aldine over at South Point, is it the shopping center? She was one of the expressed that she'd never received. And I think there was something with our assessor's data had a mailing address that didn't account for all the different property owners. So we did send them out to the same addresses before, but I did follow up with Shelley the same day and just send it via email to her. And she actually got it this time, which was weird. So maybe there was a correction in our database, but I am confident that.
And that went out saying that this was the public hearing, the first public hearing. That's what the notice said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
and
you.
directed them to the website with all the supporting docs.
Thank you. Mayor, a thought I did have that deals with the next agenda item. I don't know if you want to.
I'll get to that on the
Okay.
third. I
Okay.
really want to,
Go
if we
ahead.
can just go
I'm good with you.
methodology by methodology, I think
Got
we'll
it.
be on track. Supervisor Jones?
Well, that lot that's on the corner of Rhodes and Curry, why is that included? Because Campani owns it? It doesn't have any street frontage. It doesn't have South Carson frontage.
There's more that, it's not inconsistent with what they've done across that whole corridor is what
Yeah.
they're indicating.
So
So
that-
it's all the businesses that are in the commercial zone on Curry Street?
Well, that's
right.
it is
Roads
on that side of Curry
east.
Street,
Right.
but also, like, again, consistent with like what was done downtown, that's not right on it, but people access. It's also paying less. It's also paying much less because there's no factor
You got a
on
zero.
frontage for that assessment.
All right.
That's why we did the 50-50
Right.
differential on this one. Okay. Supervisor Shooty?
Well, Lee, I just appreciate what you just said, because you, through that decision, you're allowing for a conversation to take place. And I think that that's how people within the community who are listening better understand the process, the whys and the hows of how this came to be and why it's designed in the way it is. Sometimes hearing the back and forth and the conversations and the concerns can help folks better understand, while it might not be equal in the big picture, it's balanced. And I really appreciate the work everyone has done, because I know you've put a lot of time into helping it be as balanced as possible for the benefit not only of the businesses, but for the community.
Thank you. Supervisor White?
Thank you. One of my questions to staff over the last week was, two questions. Was there an opt-out option? And if a property owner challenged the level of the fee, how was that appealed? So could you kind of go over that answer to those questions?
In terms of the initial establishment, I think the answer is that's what we're discussing today for direction, and ultimately who gets included and who doesn't will be part of the board action coming up in April. So those initial actions is going to be up to the board as to what the who's included and what the assessment is. In terms of opt-out options after the fact, there are provisions in NRS for groups of property owners to get together and ask for a reduction, ask for to finish
Hardship.
it. And again, there's hardship determination for, that has to do with income level, but there are processes in NRS to change it later, which ultimately always end up coming back to the board for a decision based on the legal requirements for that.
So overall then, Supervisor Giomi, go ahead.
Just a quick, I just looked at all the parcels that don't have frontage. And just as a quick sweep, if we decide to pull them out, it's almost $16,000 worth that would then have to be redistributed across the others. And so, it's not, when we're talking about $119,000, it's not an insignificant amount of money. So I think that I'm comfortable with the methodology, and I'm comfortable with leaving them all in, especially considering that they're paying at a reduced rate. They still will get a benefit, and I don't know that it's fair to redistribute that to everybody else to have them pick up that extra $16,000.
So I, unless I'm missing the boat here, I would say that the board is going to direct you to move forward with the map as is. Okay, so then let's now discuss the actual assessment methodology. So one, do we concur with the 50-50? I think we've just kind of discussed that already, that we are putting it at 0 if you have no frontage. So I think we're all in agreement with the 50-50 methodology. So we'll direct you to continue in that format. But I do want to tee up an opportunity that we could look at the overall assessment of $119,000 that's in there. So first and foremost, I think some of the discussions that I had with staff that dealt with the levels of service that we were going to do. So one, I'm not convinced that 119,000 will be right or wrong in the very end, because we'll go out to bid and get some contracts. So that'll be the first level that will happen, but I think it was clear that Mr. Plemmel was going through processes that it could be reduced, it could increase, but maybe we want to look at some other things. And Supervisor Giomi and I were speaking, and I believe he brought it up, a few meetings back or earlier when the NID came forward last year. That went fast. But one of the ideas is that on the next item, you see that we're going to be talking about leases, that instead of directing the lease dollars to our standard RTC lease line, that we take that money and put it in to this NID. So that would then be an overall that we spend the money from the leases in the zone in which it is collected. So I throw that out as a discussion point. What, Mr. Giomi?
Yeah, last year when we brought this up, I struggle with, and I struggled then with it, and in fact, it's the whole reason we kicked this down the road a year. I struggle with developing the NID, charging the businesses for the NID, and then turning around and taking some of those same businesses and charging them again for the license fee. And South Carson Street is unique. We know it's unique because the way we've acquired those parcels that we're going to license. Do you want to read 19B into the record so that we're good that we're talking about it?
It's fine because we're on the assessment methodology.
So
we're assessing it. Mm-hmm.
those parcels that we ended up owning title to, we got, as our attorney has told us, in a lot of different ways. And some of those ways, those properties can't be used for anything else other than what they're being used for. And in some cases, I think it might even be a stretch that we're using them the way we're using them. You probably didn't want me to say that, but so I think there's a real nexus to keeping that money that those license fees generate to reduce the overall cost of the NID all the way across the board, not on a parcel for parcel exchange, but all the way across the board. So if the license fees bring in 55,000, which is a number that I've heard, then we would reduce the 119,000 by 55,000, redo the assessment. But every year that would be part of the calculation. So whatever the license fees brought in, that would offset the NID. And maybe that number goes down, maybe the number goes up, as Mayor Bagwell said. But I think there's a really strong nexus to keep those two things together instead of spending that $55,000 somewhere else in the community. I think of myself potentially as being a business and having to pay the NID and then having to pay a license fee. And I know they're getting something for the license fee, but it's just complicated. And I think it gets more complicated if as you look at the way we acquired that property, because, in some cases, I think the business owners, as we've already gotten a letter, would just soon buy it, but we may not be able to sell it. So this, to me, seems like a pretty good compromise. So that was my thought.
Mr. Stuckey, can you go back to the slide that showed the city? I think you had 142,000 and showed the city paying, there you go. The city was going to pay 22,240 and the NID. So I think we could add a line if we're all agreeable here that would indicate that we would deposit into the NID account the leases.
Yeah, I would take it off the 119. That would be that 22,240.
Oh, that we have to do.
We've already have to
Yes,
do.
no.
So I would add a
Right.
third line down there below NID
Right.
responsible, and it would be
City leases
leases and
from that zone.
From the zone, correct.
From that zone.
Correct.
Does anybody else feel that's appropriate? We're doing the right thing, Supervisor Schutte?
I think it's an excellent idea because it really, it's the spirit of that district, and I think that's a great idea.
Well, great, and keeps the money from that keeping all of that. So I saw a head shake from Supervisor Jones, so it looks like we're in overall agreement with that.
Mayor, if
Mr.
I
Reese?
could, if I could add a comment for your consideration. The licensing agreement was developed not only to apply to South Carson Street, but also to apply to the rest of Carson City as well, and would be a template for city staff to license the use of
Highway 50 in North Carson.
city right-of-way that's in the same situation as South Carson Street in other areas of the city. So I just wanted to bring that up for your consideration in this discussion, that if you're applying the license fees to the NID, that might also impact the downtown NID and other areas of the city.
So
We don't
let
have
me
any
ask you this.
licenses in the
We don't have any
downtown.
licenses downtown, but the license template is a license template, which is an event in and of itself.
Correct.
So once we license a piece of property and receive income from that property, it's within our authority to direct where that income goes, correct?
Certainly.
So I don't, and this is what I'm asking, or correct me if I'm wrong, if we do that, I don't see that it's setting a precedent that if we license on Highway 50, that we have to do the same thing with that money.
Supervisor Jerome, you're absolutely correct. I think that Highway 50 is certainly a different situation from the perspective that
I just want to make sure you weren't implying.
there's not a NID. No, I wasn't implying
Just making
that.
sure
I was
we're aware.
implying that just to consider the city as a whole, because I know there is a downtown NID. I am not aware of any areas that might need to be licensed downtown. That would be a question for Public Works. But if there are, it would be
Yeah.
It's something to consider.
And I just think, I think in my mind, we can make enough of a connection between the licensing and this sort of really blurry line between where that license line ends and the NID starts. In this case, because of the complications of everything that you had presented to us in the past about how we acquired each of those parcels, how they came in different ways, and eminent domain, and simple fee, and I think there's a real strong connection there that we can articulate that wouldn't force us to have to do that in the future.
Thank you. Supervisor White?
Thank you. Yeah, I agree that doing that would likely make it more palatable to some of the folks that are having angst over this. But I would caution that doing that removes us from being able to pocket that money and put it into street maintenance and street repairs. And I think we have that conversation all of the time. Where are we going to find the money to maintain these things that we build? I think myself, I would be more favorable towards pocketing that money for pavement work.
So I like the first half too that you said. Part of my concern is we build things and never have the maintenance for it, which is the whole reason for the NID. And I think that I'm comfortable with the lease dollars going into the whole purpose, which is maintenance. And I think you're right that we always leave maintenance off, and that's the proudest part of, I think, the actions that we took before is to say, I'm not going to build it this time unless I have a maintenance plan. So I just feel very strongly that, and I don't have a problem with, we'll get to the next item, however much the money is, actually going into the area that we're collecting that tax from. So since it's going to go into what we spend road money on, if it was going to go for a different purpose, that's what we do with our road money is sidewalk maintenance, painting, landscaping. That's all the activities that we do. Then I'm comfortable with it going there because we already spend $22,240 doing that very thing. So I think we're consistent with the use of the dollars. If we were going to take that off to a general fund activity, I would 100% agree with you. But since it's going to relate to the actual activity that we do with that money anyway, I'm comfortable putting it in the NID. So if we don't have any further discussions and somebody wants to, I see it. Supervisor Giomi, I'll accept a motion.
Okay, I'll try to do this. I think we do have agreement on, for the most part. So I move to approve the assessment methodology to implement the South Carson Street Neighborhood Improvement District with the inclusion of the license fees to offset the NID responsible budget.
Yep. Do I have
Good enough direction?
Do I have a second? Mm-hmm. I have a motion and a second to approve the assessment methodology and add a reduction to the NID responsible by the amount of the license fees collected from that district, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. Great job, everyone. Okay, we're going to move on to the item 19B, which is the discussion on the draft license agreement. Who's going to start us off with that? Mr. Stuckey.
I can start it off. Dan Stuckey, Deputy Public Works Director for the record. I'll be brief, and then Robert Nellis can get in a little more to the structure of the license agreement. As the board knows, the part of that freeway agreement from a long time ago with NDOT, once they built that freeway extension, they would relinquish the South Carson right-of-way and the surplus parcels to the city. That happened officially in 2018. Staff immediately after that issued encroachment permits to all these previously leased areas with NDOT. So those are in effect today. And the reasoning for that is we wanted something from a liability standpoint, obviously that would cover us until the Board of Supervisors ultimately made the decision on what we wanted to do with that surplus right-of-way. I do want to point out, many of the businesses along that corridor have had lease agreements in the past with NDOT, have been paying fees, annual lease fees to NDOT in the past before the relinquishment, some as long as 20 to 30 years. So I did want to point that out. We came, this is prior to Robert being with the city, but Todd, Stephanie Hicks, and I came to the board in August of 2020, and we discussed options of what we could do with this surplus right-of-way, abandon, lease, license, or sell. And I'm definitely summarizing very generally here, but the board's direction at that time was to direct staff to proceed or pursue the license agreement, as they thought that was the best option, at least for the interim basis until we can figure out what we want to maybe do long-term with some of these surplus right-of-ways. So we've been working since then. We're back here today to present our license agreement and fee methodology that we came up with. And Robert, you can kind of go in, maybe just summarize what we've presented here.
Mr. Nellis?
Good morning, Mayor, members of the board. For the record, Robert Nellis, real property manager for the city. And basically, when we started with trying to come up with a fee methodology to recommend, we started with NDOT's methodology, which was simply to look at the adjoining property owner's use and look at that on a square foot basis and then multiply that by the prime interest rate plus 2%. And that comes out currently to about 60 cents a square foot. Now, we review that with some commercial real estate appraisers as well as real estate agents to see would that amount meet the test for what the current market would bear. And what we found is that these properties, though they do adjoin the businesses, are not the same in utilization. You can't necessarily, for instance, build an office space on these parcels. They're too narrow for that sort of thing. So really, taking a closer look, we thought that the characteristic of these parcels that we received from NDOT is more along the lines of having an easement encumbrance on city property, in which case, for an easement, rather than taking the full taxable value of the adjoining property, we would look at about half that. So 50% of the adjoining owner's property taxable value, and multiply that by the prime interest rate plus 2%, that comes out to about 30 cents per square foot on average for these parcels. So where we left off was we made the determination of the areas that we felt the businesses were utilizing on a square foot basis. That excluded landscaping, driveway aprons, sidewalks. And we wrote a letter saying that we intend to bring this to the Board of Supervisors. We let them know what their fee was previously, just reminded them that in 2018, NDOT had relinquished these parcels to the city. They were paying X amount in 2018. Our analysis, if approved by the board, would be X number of dollars, which would either be a little more or a little less than what they were paying to NDOT, and to please contact me directly if they had any questions about square footage calculations or the fee or anything of that nature. And that's where we left off. Those letters went out on February 17th. We heard from 4 property owners since then, and that's about it. With that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Supervisor Giomi?
On, what were those 4 comments, by the way?
Most of them, Supervisor Giomi, revolved around if we would consider one day disposing of those properties to the adjoining owner. And most did not say, could we do it right now? Or if there's a rush, they understood that the board had given direction that this is an interim step to enter into these licenses, and that
we might at some point in the future.
Might at some point consider that.
I think one thing that bears mentioning is that NDOT, for whatever reason, was not treating all these properties the same. That some properties were paying, other properties weren't paying at all. There weren't agreements in place. There were things that weren't current. So I think from a fairness standpoint, we have a responsibility to be fair and equitable across the board. So I just want to start off by saying that. And I think this does that. Under conditions of lease, there's a comment about signs. Given where these licensed areas are, do we think it's unreasonable that they can't place signs there? I guess I would just throw that out to you. First off, are there any signs in the area now that would be grandfathered in?
There are, I believe, a couple signs possibly down south on some of the car dealerships down there. And yeah, I don't think it would be unreasonable. Obviously, it needs to meet all of our other development standards and such. And, you know, in areas obviously where we have like a utility easement, or for some reason why a big sign with a big foundation would disrupt our utilities, or maybe NV Energy's utilities or such, those would have to be, you know, looked at for those reasons.
So in 3.2, it says owner may not place a permit sign to be placed without first obtaining a permit. So I guess what I don't want to have happen is to have us, the minute we adopt this, go back to them and say, that's not allowed, you got to take the sign down. I mean, if it's existing, I don't think it's, and I just want to make sure that that's not the intent, right?
That is not the
And
intent.
so we wouldn't unduly allow them to put a sign in unless there were a valid reason to put a sign in.
Yeah.
Okay. The only other comment I had, and is on 13.1, you're missing the word for in the first sentence. I only bring that up because I never catch mistakes like that, so I'm kind of proud of myself actually for finding one. There might be more in here that I didn't find. It's a management degree, not an English degree, so it's the best I could do for you. Thanks.
Supervisor White.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank staff for fielding the numerous questions I had on this item and the previous item. There was a lot of questions and a lot of back and forth. Recognizing that not all parcels are created equal, I would ask that you folks keep a very close eye out on some of the intricate differences between these properties. Take a look at the NDOT contracts that called out some of those differences and figure out a way we can put an addendum with this boilerplate agreement. I have a concern particular with APN 916123. And I know that NDOT has some requirements on that particular piece of property. I'd like to see those brought forward so that we can protect the city and the residents from that hydrocarbon contamination that's going on there. I don't know of any other properties that have an issue going on, but again, I would ask that you review the NDOT contracts, and if you see anything in there that is a special set aside you must do, then I would like to see an addendum on those, any additional properties that may have an issue.
So I don't see any other hands raised, so let me actually go through the document because I have some potential edits that we should make because I believe our objective is to create a master template. So I want to address Mr. White's concerns, but I think we can do it in the master template because it would be, if it's applicable to that parcel, then that action is applicable, and he has a very valid point. So the first thing I want to start off with is to make sure this board is comfortable that once we create this template, that staff is going to execute it and sign it. They are not individually going to come back to this board. So that's our first decision point. Is everybody okay that once we get the template created, then the staff will be able to execute them? I will not execute them. I just want to start off again at a hierarchy of decisions here. Mr. White?
I would like to have brought back anything that is of special interest, maybe not.
That doesn't, you
something
can't
minor.
utilize the template.
What's that?
Anything that cannot utilize the template.
Okay.
Okay, so is everybody okay with that? If they find a special parcel that just doesn't fit the template, those have to come back to us. Everybody's okay with that? All right, then I want to go on to my next discussion point, if we may. Is I'm concerned that when I read through this, so if an owner, 10.2, I wanted to remove, because again, I think it's a template of use. I want to remove the words South Carson Street, right? Because we're going to use this as a template for any of these leases that might be North Carson Street, might be Highway 50. So again, it's not specific to South Carson Street. This is our leasing template. Everybody okay with that? Okay, we'll move on. Oh, no.
I think though, when we move to the other two corridors, we're gonna have this same conversation
why
about
we're-
who's in, who's mapping.
Nope, that's a different discussion.
Right.
In the NID, this is the template for the lease pieces of the right-of-way. We can decide what we're going to do with the money in that when we look at those NIDs, but this is the same template for lease of right-of-way.
Well, I think we need to have a conversation about the other corridors if there's any concerns out there when we get to those corridors, rather than blanket a whole bunch of properties we haven't considered at this time.
You think it would be a different lease template?
No, but I think we need to have a conversation that we're not walking into a storm.
Well,
Well, that's
I
true.
think
Okay.
I think we would. I think all she's saying is we're just trying to make this a master license agreement
Right,
for use anywhere in the city.
right.
So,
The way you phrased your sentence a second ago was like, this is a lease, we're never gonna talk again about an NDOT lease.
No.
That's the way you phrased it.
Okay.
That's the way I
I
took it.
apologize. I don't think that's what I intended. I'm
Okay.
saying this is
All
our
right.
master lease agreement.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Then as we move down to section 10.3, if an owner is required to maintain the use of the right-of-way, any reasons in this agreement, owner must obtain a variance. So talk to me about what you mean. So they're currently doing something and maintaining it, but now they don't want to maintain it? They come get a variance? Help me understand what that actually means. Oh,
This is
that was
Todd-
lawyerese, okay?
Todd-
Yeah, they're like, that was his idea.
For some reason, everybody's looking at this end of the table. Todd Reese, Deputy DA for the record. There was a concern that if the owner was required to maintain the property in a certain way or do a certain thing, that, for example, have a certain square footage of landscaping, and that they were fulfilling their square footage of landscaping by having the landscaping on this parcel, that if they wanted to change that, that they needed to get the appropriate variances and permits from community development. Now, landscaping isn't a very good example. I realize as I just talked through that, because we're exempting landscaping from this license agreement. So if they were required, for example, to have a drive-through lane through this, and they wanted to change it, and they were using the parcel to satisfy that requirement, they would have to go back to community development and make sure that they had all appropriate permits to do that before changing it.
so this
And
is
that-
saying if another part of our ordinance is requiring them to do X, Y, and Z, and they're using this land to do X, Y, and Z, they decide to stop that, then they have to come back to the city for a variance.
Right.
Okay, I think I got it.
I'm not sure I'm really going to find an example, but okay. I just want it clear on the record that the variance is through the standard variance process,
Correct.
right? So are some of those administrative? Are some variances administrative, or do all variances go to the planning commission?
That's a great question, and I wish I had Lee in the room to
He's right
answer
behind
that.
you.
You do in fact have Lee in
Because
the
I was just I'm just trying to recall my variance processes so that it's clear what we're doing here is indicating that a variance will go through community development, and
The-
usually it's
the-
a condition of a development that you can't meet, and so you
Right.
ask for a
The
variance.
the intent here was not to create any
New,
mechanisms within the city. Whatever exists
That's what I wanna
is
make
what's supposed to be complied with.
you're just
There's
reminding
nothing
them in
new.
here that
Yes.
they're not exempt from the variance rules.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds better to me, but do all the variances go to the planning commission since is there some administrative ones you can do?
Variant, yeah, Lee Plummer, Community Development Director. I mean, if it, variance with the small v maybe is a general statement that it's a variance from the regular standards, but there's different processes. There's special use permit. There's a variance which is very specific to reduction in setbacks and things like that that do go to the planning commission. So those things are spelled out. But I think if it generally using the term variance in a contract that's not in Title 18 is okay, but, and he's explained it, that they have to to comply with the Title 18 other standards, then that's fine.
That's what this says to you?
Would this, because you used a variance to a setback, would we allow, or are we allowing this licensed area to be used as part of their setback? Because that might be a perfect example of what Lori and Todd just mentioned. Would we allow that? Or are we allowing it?
The setbacks in commercial are 0 anyway, but so that's a good, I don't think we would allow a building across the property line though.
Right.
I
Okay.
don't, because that just creates other issues.
Right.
Because you might not always, even though it's the same ownership or lease, it might not always be, that might not always be the case. So we generally don't allow a building across the property line.
Okay, thanks.
So that wouldn't be allowed.
I just want to make sure the language is clear to everyone, because it's obtain a variance or other permission. I want to make sure that the people signing leases understand that, again, are we just saying that you have to if you're going to change anything on the right of way, you have to run it by community development to make sure it's in compliance? I mean, is that the better overall thought?
Yes, that's the better overall thought. It's kind of if you're required to do something, you have to get permission before you change it.
Okay. Mr. Yu, you're thinking about this. Have we crafted the best language here? That's what I'm after.
You know, I think in listening to Todd's and Lee's explanation of the use of the term variance here, and I'm just throwing this out here as a suggestion for consideration by both the board and by staff. You know, perhaps in lieu of using that term specifically, we just use something along the lines of, you know, the appropriate or the required approval by the city. And that way, you know, later on down the road, there's absolutely no ambiguity with respect to whether that term variance was used in the context of variance versus special use permit, or if it was variance in just its general definitional term. So that may be a better approach.
I like that better. Do you all? I just want to make sure as we're agreeing along the way, because it's easier to then make a final motion. So thank you for that. It just kind of rang to me. When I then look at, what's the next section? Oh, section 13, Stacy beat me to 1, good catch there. My other question in section 13 is unless I'm just missing it, or again, it's general and I'm missing it. I think we should spell out a reminder that it's subject to property tax, because I just don't see that in here, and I want to make sure that they're aware, kind of like we did when we did the 3rd Street Plaza and things like that. Oh, by the way, that becomes, you know, it's taxable property.
The assessor's office did contact us about that,
Okay.
and we'll work with the assessor's office to put
To
the
update the
appropriate language in the agreement. The assessor also requested language as far as where taxes should be remitted to.
Okay, great. So we'll add tax language. Yep, it's not very much, but I don't remember what some of it was. In the hazardous substance, section 14, I want to address the parcel that Mr. White discussed. And I think what's missing in this language should be something to the nature of if there is applicable, it's a fund at NDEP that they pay into $300 a year for the mitigation for cleanup. So if you could please add the language, if that parcel is subject to that fund, that it must continue. You know, that they're responsible for that payment to the fund.
I believe Mayor Robert Ellis, for the record, that's referring to the NDP's Superfund.
The cleanup for.
Cleanup,
Mhm.
yeah. We'll get
So
that.
I just think that, again, if applicable, Mr. White's correct, that should be covered in our hazardous substance so that the Carson City taxpayer is not on the hook for a cleanup, that would go through that super fund and be required there. I'll finish my ones and come right to you. Participate fuel fund, let me make sure. And I already did the template in section 32. That was where I had discussed the agreement itself is approved by us, but please add the language in there that the, whichever body can actually execute the leases. So I'd like that added in section 32, that we're giving authority for staff to execute. I think that was all of mine from reading it. Supervisor White?
Thank you. So getting down to specifics, that's why I thought in these cases, such as this particular property, an addendum would be appropriate because there's a number of things that property is required to do, such as continuing monthly monitoring of the issue and maintaining an impermeable surface that protects that plume that is there. If that, as it is now, parking lot becomes old and alligatored and no longer meets EPA specs, I don't know how we write that sort of thing into the template with not having an addendum. And so that's why I think
You write in there that they have to comply with their NDEP permits. I mean, and that's all their conditions under that. So I think we can have the lawyers put the specific language, but I agree with Mr. White that they have to comply with any decree or permit that they're holding on that parcel. Yep. And I think it's certainly all in the hazardous substance, so I think you could probably get with NDEP and, like you said, kind of like the other one, you have to comply with the applicable standards or requirements or permits or something of that nature. Again, I'll leave that good language to you guys, but I think we need it included. Supervisor Giomi?
You know, I think, as Supervisor White said, I guess I remain a little bit uncomfortable with that. I think Section 14 is great for something that comes up from this point on. I think that's fine. I think if we have a situation where we're going into a license agreement knowing that there's something on the books right now, that would be an instance where I would agree completely with him. An addendum would be in order that would very clearly spell out their responsibility. And to me, that's one of those license agreements that should come back to this board, that we would be able to look at that addendum and examine it. I think there's two separate instances. We know going in, we have a parcel that has significant remediation that has to go on. We know, and I know from past actions that I've had to take there, that it's been a struggle to make that happen. I think this covers us well going forward. I would like to see that if we have a known situation that requires some kind of an addendum, and I think this does, that it comes back to this board instead of it just being in the blanket agreement.
Mr. Yu?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to express a couple of thoughts on the record for everyone's consideration, and maybe help assist this board's continued discussion of this matter. So what I understand that's happening right now are perhaps two different discussions that are ongoing simultaneously. One is with regards to how do we craft the language with respect to creating ultimately a master template. And then I think there's another question perhaps that's being floated around with respect to under what circumstances is it appropriate or perhaps necessary for any alteration or revision to that master license plan contract to have to come back to this board. And I'll go on the record to say that, as board counsel and as the assistant DA at the DA's office, I would advise all the departments as well as the deputy DAs that anytime a pre-approved master license agreement or any other type of contract is revised in any substantive form, it would have to come back to this board for approval, as a matter of course. I mean, staff in the DA's office would not have that sort of unfettered authority, I guess is what I would call it, in making those types of policy decisions with regard to an agreement that's already been approved in terms of those conditions that are incorporated. So under all those circumstances, I mean, unless something were to completely fall through the cracks, which I don't think would ever happen, it would have to come back to this board. So that would include, for example, an instance where an addendum would be appropriate for a particular type of parcel.
Are we okay? I don't see any other. Oh, Supervisor Giomi is ready for a motion. Go.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for not
You
putting
put your
anything
hand
there.
up first.
I know I
liked
did.
it.
I don't know what's wrong with me. I move to approve the presented license agreement template with the changes read into the record by Mayor Bagwell and Supervisor Giomi. Period.
Is there a second? Second by Supervisor Schutte. On discussion, Supervisor White?
Thank you. Would it also be appropriate within that motion to include the discussion and direction we've given in regards to, I would like to give, in regards to looking at the NDOT contracts and see if there's any special set-aside requirements existing, even beyond this APN 916123?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be okay adding that language. I just don't, I mean, I think staff has the direction, and I think it's kind of an ambiguous motion that I'm concerned about just leaving it out there like that.
Staff have enough direction to go forward with making sure we don't stumble into a storm?
I think the motion is clear as stated
I'll
and
leave
that
it as
the
in.
overall direction. Thank you, Mr. White. Appreciate that. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried. Thank you so much. We are going to, well, I'm going to take every light off because they're all going right now. So we are going to stand in recess for about 10 minutes. Thank you. Because bring the Board of Supervisors back to order. We are on agenda item number 20A. This is a presentation report, the city manager on the fiscal impact recommended approval of the MOU. We did open this public hearing this morning to take comment and received none. Is there further information that we need, Ms. Paulson?
Good morning. We started negotiation with the Carson City Firefighters Association Local 2251. That's the association that represents the battalion chiefs. We started that at the beginning of last year, right before COVID hit. So this impacted our ability to meet due to the public health restrictions on public gatherings. So just given the uncertainty of the time, a proposal was made by the city to extend the current contract for an additional 3 years. This extension would put it through 2023, and this would also align with the expiration of the firefighters agreement, allowing for both of the bargaining units to negotiate together for one collective bargaining agreement in 2023. So this tentative proposal by the city was accepted by Local 2251. There are only 2 changes that are proposed to be made to the existing battalion chief agreement through this MOU. The first one is just to change the dates when the cost of living adjustments would be made, and that would change the dates 7/1/20, 7/1/21, and 7/1/22, and also to extend the date in Article 40, the parity clause, to 6/30/2023. The estimated fiscal impact is $272,821 in increased salaries and benefits. This impact is truly an estimate because it assumes that the battalion chiefs that were there at the time of negotiations would continue on for the next 3 years. So the calculation includes both merits and COLA increases for fiscal years 21 through 23. And then we compare that to the cost of the contract, the cost at June 30th, 2020. So since the time we came to the tentative agreement, a battalion chief, a longtime fire department employee, has retired, and this position has not been filled yet, and that will result in reduced fiscal impact for this fiscal year. I just wanted to thank Local 2251 and the battalion chiefs for their professionalism and willingness to work with the city during these very interesting times.
So let the record reflect that that was for item 20A. Those same comments will be utilized for item 20B. So first was the public hearing requirement. As I indicated, we didn't have any public comment this morning on it. So there is no agenda approval required on 20A. So we're actually opening 20B for the questions, and I don't see anyone with a raised hand. No? Then I'll take a motion on 20B. Supervisor Giomi.
I move to approve the MOU and authorize the district attorney's office to make any necessary clerical corrections prior to execution.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Jones. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Again, thank you for working with us all. Great job, everyone. Thank you. Okay. Just for the record, I want to let everyone know, in case they're listening or anything, on 19B, the template that we were working on, that template will come back to us with the fee schedule and the other things to implement, and the public noticing requirements and all of that. So we will see the revised version come back to us one more time. Just wanted you all to recognize that. We'll have one more opportunity in case we got something a little bit wrong. Thank you. Okay. We're going to move to item 20C, which is the business impact statement concerning a proposed ordinance amending Title IV of the Carson City Municipal Code to establish a reporting requirement and remove the expiration of an existing 1% transient lodging tax, supporting the Carson City Arts and Culture Master Plan and the development of a cultural tourism campaign. Do I have any questions? If not, I will accept a motion by Supervisor Shute.
I move to approve the business impact statement as presented.
Do I have a second? Supervisor Giomi. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you. We're now going to move on to item 20D for possible action. It's the actual discussion to introduce on first reading a proposed ordinance amending Title IV of Carson City Municipal Code to establish a reporting requirement and remove the expiration of the existing 1% transient lodging tax, supporting the Carson City Arts and Culture Master Plan and the development of a tourism campaign. Do I have any questions on this one? Supervisor White?
Thank you. Honestly, I have some concerns about how this tax is administrated. We've been into it for 5 years. This is the 7th time that a body of this government has had to take action on this particular item. I do understand that the majority of the properties are in favor of this, but considering the turmoil that it has been through, the lack of continuity, the lack of understanding where it's going forward, I'm wondering if it is appropriate that we can extend the expiration and put in a requirement that 75% of the properties continue to buy in. That tells us that we haven't lost anybody. We maintain the buy-in that we have. And that staff believes that their efforts are paying off for the community at large and the businesses in general. Because I just see there's been so many problems with this that I don't believe those problems are necessarily solved today.
Supervisor Giomi?
I guess I would say to you that I believe the situation has been remediated. I'm, for various reasons, not going to go into details, but I think that we do have an arts and culture master plan. The city began to implement that master plan. There have been events, a myriad of events that have taken place that have accomplished components of the master plan. The Carson City Cultural Commission and the CTA have jointly held a meeting and have determined that the position, in their opinion, and promoting arts and culture is invaluable, in fact. The businesses who are impacted by this have publicly proclaimed the value that they see in spending money on culture, arts and culture specifically. I think that speaks to the success of the program in the past, despite whatever problems may have existed and their desire to have it continue into the future. And I will tell you that out of the 23 properties that were contacted, there was one who spoke against it, 1 out of 23. 75% of them were in favor of it. The remaining had no comment one way or the other. So I agree with your assessment that there has been, in the past, a little bit of up and down in terms of where this position should rest and where it should sit. I don't think that speaks to the lack of need for this money. I think it speaks to decisions made by this board and other boards and managers that are no longer in positions. So I don't think it speaks directly to the fact that arts and culture needs to have funding. I think it speaks to issues that have been addressed. So that's the 2 cents I would offer up. I feel like this is vital and necessary for our community.
Any other comments? I'll just say in general that you're right. It's gone through several iterations, but I think it's because it's the growing pains of a new program. And I actually appreciate the most when you can come back together and admit we didn't get it right. So I'm not as concerned that we had 7 iterations or times that it came back for different bodies. I think it's about meeting the needs of the community in the best way that we can. And when you design a program, you don't have all the knowledge, right? When it gets implemented, sometimes you find a few little cracks that you need to fix. And so what I'm amazed at, and the reason I'm going to support it, is because it falls into how we started, kind of like even the last issue that we talked about. The community that is paying the tax, we made a commitment to them that they were in the driver's seat for the sunset. They've told me and all of us that they want to continue. And so based on that, they're the ones collecting the tax. They're the ones that look at competitive advantages for their particular properties. And I think they've clearly told us that they want to continue the tax. And arts and culture is important. It's in our strategic plan. And so I think sometimes if we were short-sighted here, we would then be disconnected from our next agenda item that includes it. And so I like everything to be connected with purpose. And since this is in our strategic plan and the hotels themselves support it, I'm going to support the removal of the sunset. Supervisor Jones?
Well, I was on the original Arts and Cultural Commission, and I will tell you, it was a learning situation, and we made mistakes. I was the person that made the motion to sunset it after 5 years, and for the life of me, it's the only bill that's ever been sunsetted, I think. I figured we were relatively safe by saying it would be extended. So anyway, that being said, we have a great group of people that have come forward to run this committee, and I'm looking forward to serving with them. I truly think there's a great value. And this is a pass-through tax. You know, I get very upset when people say, well, it raised the room tax $1. Big deal. It's a pass-through. It's nothing out of the lodge owner's pockets. That's my opinion.
Okay. I'm ready to accept a motion if any, oh wait, sorry, excuse me. Supervisor White, did you need to?
So don't get me wrong, I don't oppose this tax. I just feel like the conversations that I've had, it's not quite ready for prime time. I would just like one more baby step before we send it down the aisle. That's all. So I'm going to support it. I just was hoping we could take one more baby step.
Supervisor Giomi, if you'd like to make a motion.
I would. I move to introduce on first reading Bill number 105.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Giomi, second by Supervisor Jones. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you all. And I really want to thank the lodging properties for their support of the Arts and Culture Program. So just want to put that on the record too. Okay, we're going to move on to item 20E, which is discussion and objectives of our strategic plan. Ms. Hicks, will you please take us through this item?
Yes, thank you. For the record, Stephanie Hicks, Deputy City Manager. So it's been about a year since we last discussed our strategic planning, and we were on track for moving forward and bringing a plan to the Board of Supervisors in summer of last year until COVID happened. So the purpose of this meeting today, or this item at meeting today, is to bring back where we've been and where we're going with the strategic plan. So we really would like it to be an opportunity for discussion And staff has prepared what is a draft plan, but that is for the purpose of discussion for us to be able to take a look at the objectives that were initiated last year and work with the new board members on what we'd like to see for the next 5 years. So the purpose of the strategic plan is really to set our priorities and focus energy and resources to strengthen operations and ensure that employees and other stakeholders are working towards the common goals. The last strategic plan was approved for the period of 2016 to 2020. So our plan that we're working on now will be for the next 5 years. And initially in December of 2019, we started to meet with department heads and electeds and established a list of objectives that was brought to the Board of Supervisors retreat last February. During that workshop, it provided an opportunity for the supervisors as well as the department heads and electeds and also public that were there at that time to discuss what our recent accomplishments were and also what our long-term goals and strategies for the next 5 years should be. So during that meeting and that discussion, it was decided that the city's existing vision and mission were still applicable, and so the decision was made to stay with those. And our vision for the city is a leader among cities as an inviting, prosperous community where people live, work, and play. And our mission is to preserve and enhance the quality of life and heritage of Carson City for present and future generations of residents, workers, and visitors. We also at that time took a look at our strategic goals, and our 6 strategic goals are economic development, efficient government, organizational culture, quality of life and community, safety, and sustainable infrastructure, and decided that those really are and will continue to be the 6 pillars of our community. And so what we determined last February was we would focus on refreshing the strategic plan with new objectives and then also an action plan that would include performance measures. So you'll see in the draft document that we did indicate performance measures for each of the objectives that were proposed because we want to have a way to measure our success. So through that process, we also did a ranking of those objectives, and the outcome of that was, or the concept behind it is that there's a long list of objectives, and we wanted to be able to prioritize those that were the ones that we felt were most important to accomplish in the next 5 years with limited staff and resources, but also keep track of other objectives we've talked about for the future, and also because sometimes there's something that's low-hanging fruit that for whatever reason, it's easy to achieve. And so we didn't want to remove those from the plan. We wanted to include them in there. But through an exercise that we did, the top 10 priorities for the city were determined to be constructing a new fire station and emergency operations center, and that would include a training center and backup dispatch, increasing funding for street maintenance, working in partnership with the residents and businesses to develop those long-term solutions. We also, as the third highest objective, was to explore the costs and funding options for a new juvenile justice facility. Number 4 was to implement our asset management program and explore other funding opportunities or reserves to provide for maintenance and replacement of city assets. Number 5 was to explore opportunities to fund arts and culture. 6 was update the city municipal code. 7, establish the tone at the top management's commitment towards openness, honesty, integrity, and ethical behavior. 8 has to do with completing a new cybersecurity response plan. 9 is to construct infrastructure, parking lot, and sidewalk improvements downtown to create a readily identifiable downtown core. And 10 is to foster partnerships with affordable housing developers to increase affordable housing units. So our goals at that time were to implement a few public workshops, be able to facilitate discussion with the public at that time and get their input and feedback on those objectives that were identified at the workshop. However, due to COVID, we weren't able to do that. And so we did implement a couple of other online outreach methods, the first of which was an online public survey that we put on our website just to gauge the community's input on those proposed goals and objectives. We received 338 survey responses, although there were 818 people who actually viewed the survey online. And while, percentage-wise, that's a small percentage of our population, we do value the input that we received, and so I just wanted to take you through that briefly. So one of the first questions we asked was them to rank our strategic goals. Again, these are the 6 pillars of our community, and they ranked them in order of safety, sustainable infrastructure, efficient government, economic development, quality of life, and organizational culture. We next asked them if they could prioritize those top 10 objectives that we had identified. And there were 4 that they actually ranked exactly with us. Number 1 was to construct the new fire station, and then number 2 was to increase funding for street maintenance. So those they met exactly with us, as well as priority 7, which is the established tone at the top, and 9, construct infrastructure. But they did put a higher priority on our asset management program, fostering partnerships for affordable housing, and also completing our cybersecurity plan and updating the municipal code. And then they put a lower priority on exploring the costs and funding options associated with the juvenile facility and funding arts and culture. So there were a lot of similarities, but there also were differences in their priority.
Stephanie?
Yes.
I just want to, if you go back a slide,
Sure.
please. So to account for that differential, I think it's important for the public to understand when they received this survey question, they were given the 10 items and had to rank them 1 through 10.
Correct.
The difference from when the board did this is we had, 10 dots, but you could put 5 of your dots on one item. We were not limited to the same 1 to 10.
Right.
And so I question that wisdom a little bit because it skews items, so that if I'm super into the arts, I put all 10 of my dots on the arts, so it wins.
Right.
So I just want all of us, as we're going through this, to determine whether we just want to adopt what the public, it's still the same 10 priorities, but do we want to adopt what the public said was their priorities in the order? So I just bring that up for discussion.
Thank you.
Oh, since I did, sorry.
Since you brought it up for discussion,
Yeah.
let's discuss it. I think the other thing we could do is, instead of, and we talked about this at the strategic planning meeting, instead of going 1 through 10, we could just group them as priority 1 issues and not put a number next to them.
Because they're all important.
Because we see them all as priority 1 issues. And, I think to that point, then, the secondary ones can be grouped sort of in a middle category and the third one's in a lower category, because your point is well taken. There could be a grant that comes along
Right.
that lets us build a fire station right off the bat. And great, that satisfies the needs. But another grant might come along that allows us to do public art. And we're not going to ignore that grant because it doesn't meet the top priority, right? So I think we have to craft the strategic plan in a way to make sure we mention that we take care of strategic funding opportunities to address any of the goals that happen to be in our, maybe 3 categories.
Or maybe not categories, maybe just objectives. We can talk about that. Supervisor Schutte.
To that, and I agree, I also, though, really appreciate hearing from the public, and because this allows us to get a pulse of really what the priority of the public is. And, obviously with priority 2, the funding for street maintenance, that was brought up. And so to everyone who participated with this, thank you, because it really is helpful.
Go ahead.
One other point about putting all those things into a priority one bucket, if you will. I don't know that the public has the same level, and I'm not discounting what the public is saying because they're giving us their input and it's valuable, but I don't know that they have the knowledge, for instance, to understand that the juvenile facility is at its capacity and it's struggling. I don't know that information is out there. So to say that, we would not accept funding or concentrate on that because it ended up being a 10 priority in their mind, I don't know that we're doing our jobs if we don't sort of correct those sorts of things.
Absolutely.
Well, and I think also that the public was just given the 10 priorities. They also did not get a free flow opportunity to give us other priorities. So I just want to bring that up too. But maybe as we step through this and look at some other thought process, some things will come to our mind. So go ahead, Ms. Hicks.
Okay,
Thanks you.
thank you. So then we asked specifically in regards to our goals, our 6 pillars, how the public felt that we ranked in achieving those. The first one being economic development. It was over 70% of the respondents that indicated we were acceptable above, and for good or very good, it was 32% that they felt we met our economic development goal. For efficient government, it was over 76% that responded they felt we were acceptable or above, and 42% that were good or very good. In regards to organizational culture, above 80% of the respondents indicated we were acceptable or above, and 35% were in the good or very good category. Regarding quality of life, 80% felt that we were acceptable or above, and it was 50% that felt we were in the good or very good. The winner in this group is our goal of meeting safety, and that was 91% at acceptable or above, with 67% feeling that we were good or very good. And then last but not least, sustainable infrastructure. We were 64% above the acceptable standard, and 28% said good or very good. So I think those are very telling numbers that we received from our residents. So then we did ask a few more open questions. One of them was, are there areas that should be addressed that are not addressed by the 6 strategic goals? Out of the 115 responses that we received, we tried to combine it into the most common areas, and we listed those here for you. But the ones that came up the most were education, affordable housing, homelessness, and growth management. We also asked the respondents to list 3 of the city's greatest attributes, and the 3 top mentioned were location, community, and small town feel. We next asked that thinking in the short term, please list 1 or 2 changes that you'd like to see the city accomplish in the next year. And our top 4 commonly used terms for that were housing, roads, homeless, and downtown. And then we asked them to expand that instead of just in the next year to the next 2 to 5 years. And they responded with affordable housing, community growth, and streets. We asked them to finish the sentence, the greatest challenge city leaders will face in the next 5 years is, and the responses were, the majority of the responses were in regards to growth, affordable housing, population, infrastructure, and COVID. And then question 13 asked, during the time that you've lived in Carson City, do you think that it has improved, stayed the same, or declined? And 55% of the respondents indicated that they felt that it improved, with 23% saying stayed the same. And then our last few questions had to do with demographics, which I think demonstrate for the most part that we had a pretty varied age range as well as time of living in Carson City. So again, based on the information collected from the workshop and the public survey, we drafted a draft strategic plan for your review and input. We also did publish that draft 2 weeks ago so that we could get additional public input. So that is where there was an opportunity, and I feel there'll be a continued opportunity for the public to see that full list of our objectives. We received about 10 responses to that, and they were consistent with what we saw in the survey and the objectives that we have. But we hope to continue that public outreach. With COVID, it's just been difficult, and so we encourage the public to reach out to us and let us know their thoughts on the draft plan. So we're here today to discuss any input or changes. Again, I mentioned performance metrics because that's something that once we do have our objectives established, we intend to put on a website that will be able to report and show how we're achieving our different objectives. And then something that Nancy and I have discussed that we want to do a little bit differently than in previous years is we'd also like to provide an annual report to the Board of Supervisors on how we're meeting those objectives. So it's something we see more than every 5 years. And then I wanted to pull up this slide. Yesterday, Mayor Bagwell and I had an opportunity to be part of the V&T Railway Commission strategic plan, and also Supervisor Jones. And Linda Ritter gave us her permission to use this, but this was something that she brought up in her planning session. And so it's also another concept or idea we could consider as to how we want to list our goals and our objectives. So I just have it up there for our discussion, and I'm available for any questions.
And I really thank you for bringing the strategy map forward, because I think it fits into what Supervisor Giomi and I were talking about, that we're actually able to establish a goal and may have several objectives, or really it's the program area that comes into play. What are we going to do to implement? And it takes away that it's number 1, number 2, number 10. It really drives in to say, these are the 4 program areas we want to address underneath safety or under infrastructure. And so I really like this format better because I think it also drives results. If you look at the way this is set up, it's not that you just get to have a goal, you're actually setting the measurement, so safety, and underneath safety, we would put the fire department, and we would put the juvenile facility, so that you're seeing them in the right light. And maybe under safety, we could consider, that's not currently here, but I want to put it out for discussion, the Quill Water Plant, I think, should be under safety. So I think we're doing a lot of things that we're maybe forgetting to put in the strategic plan, because in our minds, we're already doing it. And so it maybe, I haven't identified funding source, but I think it still needs to be there so the public is aware how all of the plans that we do across everything. So under safety, I think there has to be the goal that we have 95% of our businesses, whatever you want to say, with a grade A health code. And so I think we're missing a little bit, that we are forgetting what our overarching goals. We got kind of a little sidestepped here to just focus on this, but I want the strategic plan to be broader at the top and then more detailed when we come into the program activities that we're going to be adding in the next 5 years. But certainly we already have objectives and results. So what do you guys think of, like Stacy said earlier, we don't do 1 through 10. We do it in this structure. Supervisor Giomi and then Supervisor Schutte.
Yeah, I think there are, I'm not sure I'd put Quill in public safety. I think it fits clearly into sustainable infrastructure.
That too.
But I do agree that I think we need to think a second about the 5-year CIP and some of the other documents that we have sitting out there, and make sure we're kind of linking those, because I think it's important, if we're going to have a strategic plan, that the things we produce every year fit into that. Because if they don't, I would argue, why are we even doing them? I know we have to do a 5-year CIP because the state mandates that we do it, but let's have it have some meaning and put those two things together, because I think there's a lot of value in that. And I think sometimes in the strategic plan, we forget that particularly in the enterprise funds, the utility enterprise funds are a perfect example. Those, we have goals in those, in that utility enterprise fund that we have funded through the fees that we're bringing in. And I don't think we should ignore those or not put them in here because we know we have to accomplish them. And I think they should be in the strategic plan because we know Quill is a big priority, but there are other priorities too in terms of upgrading our infrastructure that I think if we don't put it in there, we're kind of not giving ourselves credit for it. Does that make sense? So I'm trying to think of the strategic plan that the health department has, and if the fire department
Chip.
has a strategic plan, I think, and I'm not trying to make more work, but I think there's ways we need to reference those things so that this strategic plan is sort of an overarching plan that allows us to feed into those other ones. So, yeah, at the same time, I don't want to ignore the goals that we're trying to reach for, but we shouldn't also, in my mind, ignore the things that we're already accomplishing because we need to let our community know that we're already accomplishing those things. As an example, having a balanced budget. Well, we have no choice but to have a balanced budget. But maybe there's a different way to craft that. So I don't want to, I want to make sure the public knows we're hitting a lot of those marks already. At the same time, a strategic plan should be something that pushes us to reach beyond that, right? So I guess that's my really high-level broad input.
Supervisor Schutte?
Well, to build on the broad input, strategic plan and the whole idea of a map. As everybody was talking, I was revisiting the vision and inviting. What makes a community inviting? Well, arts and culture is certainly part of it, but so is safety. You know, people come to a community because it's a safe community or there are good schools. The infrastructure is good. There's business opportunities. And so I think as we review this, if we're really mindful of these big general words like inviting or to prosper, and it's not a prosper for some, it's prosper for our community as a whole, helping each other out. That's an example of where the neighborhood development is so helpful. So I love this. As just a little, and I don't know if this is the time, but as an English teacher, on the vision, I don't know if it's possible for the vision to read to be a leader among cities, just because then it's consistent with the mission to preserve. So thank you.
Thank you. And yes, I think that is definitely a direction we can take from the board today. I would just for a point of clarification on direction, so I can make sure that we get there. In regards to the CIP and including that, how detailed would the board prefer us be? Because, I mean, there's a long list on our 5-year CIP, and so we have some overarching objectives like our asset management and maintaining our infrastructure, and while those capture a broad array of improvements, are we just looking at some of the larger projects, or do we want to get to that detail, which is, we have that information, so it's fine to do.
For me, I don't I don't think everything in the CIP has to be in here. I mean, I think to the extent that it fits in the top priority, it should be in there because we all know the CIP. There's no way the city's going to accomplish everything in that CIP. It's millions and millions of dollars, and it isn't going to happen. So, I don't think we should build a strategic plan that doesn't allow us to reach our goals, right? So, no, I think it should be the things that support the priority missions or the priority goals, whatever we're calling them. No, the 10, priority 1 strategies or whatever we're calling it. So if it fits into those, if it supports those, then I would say, we could reference it.
So I'm going to say that I also think you have opportunity, though, so within an objective or even a program activity, you can reference documents. And so I think that's actually important to me. Like, for instance, I don't think the general public, so we'll just bring one up, right? So the RTC worked on safe routes to school. That came from a group of different constituencies and stakeholders that came together and developed a plan. And then it went to the RTC, then it got implemented, and and then the public said, what happened here? So I think it's imperative that we reference documents. And even if the strategic plan just indicates we have a safe routes to school plan, we have we have a plan at the CHIP, we have a this. I just don't think the public realizes the complexity and that we do have plans for things. So even if I agree just the big items are put in, but if you can have a reference then that the public can look into more detailed plans if they want it, so that they even can see the overarching city. And I think that's what we're really talking about here, is the strategic plan is your top document and everything is feeding into it. Absolutely everything that we do feeds into that. And so a reference point, I agree with Stacy, we don't need the absolute detail down into something, but giving a person a reference to, we might say, going to comply with our CIP plan. Some of them might be general like that.
Yeah, I think that's what I was looking at, is just a way to tie them together. And maybe it's, maybe it's just a comment in one of the sections where we're working on access for handicapped individuals, and you can talk about the Unified Trails Master Plan.
Right.
So I think it's just important to, all the plans that we have that are sitting out there and that may not see the light of day by the general public get referenced as a supporting document. Maybe, I agree with Lori. I don't think you have to do extensive work. I just think it would help to have it referenced in the section where you're talking about, access, for instance, to talk about the Unified Trails Master Plan. Because I think it gives those, it then gives those plans, which everyone has worked a lot on. Safe Route to Schools is another one. It gives it a little bit of light, and it gives us the ability to shine a light on them and to make sure that whoever's working on that objective actually grabs that document and looks at it to make sure we're using it.
And I think the other one of discussion for all of us, we have been, we struggle greatly in zoning issues that come before us. And part of that is, in my mind, is because we have a master plan that was done, and many properties zoning was not matched to the new master plan. And so what happens is people that live in areas think that the zoning is the overarching rule when it is not. It is the master plan conformance. And so I wonder, as a group here over on this strategic plan, I think we should be adding either an alignment of the zoning to the master plan, an update to the master plan, but I think something needs to be, I certainly can't fathom that we don't have it in our strategic plan at all. We don't have any discussion about the master plan.
I think, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. We do, under quality of life and community, a priority 2 objective on page 13 is to update the master plan. So it doesn't discuss specifically, the zoning issue, but an overall master plan update is included in there.
But it wasn't one of our top 10 priorities, right?
No, I think it was the code. The code was.
Right. And so, that, again, I'm just, what do you guys think? Do you want a whole master plan? We really need to give direction to staff, and that's what the strategic plan, in essence, is really doing. It's letting staff know what this board's priorities are. So I'm more than happy to hear everyone else's comments, and we'll start with Supervisor White.
So you kind of just said what I was going to say. What had, in my mind, what you guys were talking about previously were the overarching situations where this is the long-term goal. Where I view the strategic plan is, this is your marching orders for the next 5 years, right? Like, for instance, you would get detailed, go construct a fire station, figure that out in the next 5 years. That's what I see the strategic plan to do. And that's, I'm a little confused with the strategy map there, where it kind of sounds like you're saying we're going to remove the top 10 priorities. I think the strategic plan is where you put the top 10. You know, for instance, for me, when I look at this list of 10, number 7, while I honestly believe it's actually there, should be the number 1. If you don't have good leaders, you don't go anywhere. Establish the tone at the top. Management's commitment towards openness, honesty, integrity, and ethical behavior. While I believe it's there, you're not going anywhere if you don't have that. So that has to be number 1 if it's going to be on the list of goals. So I think, while I agree with what you were saying, I think that's kind of more of a master plan arrangement. But I do agree, getting that master plan redone, and especially the zoning side of it, has to happen, because the planning commission spends hours dealing with people not happy with something that's going on in zoning. I don't know that I've ever heard anybody say, I love the zoning, go for it.
I agree with that too. Supervisor Giomi?
Lee, do you have a sense of how many properties we're talking about that are not zoned in conformance with the master plan?
No, I
mean, I'm
can't
not
give you,
looking-
yeah, I can't give you a number. I mean, there's definitely some areas. There's South Carson, in the South Carson area. There's, in the area we just dealt with recently, probably some others along Highway 50 East corridor. But I was also I would note to that, it's not necessarily changing the zoning in all cases, but it's evaluating it, and maybe you change the master plan in some cases. So it's a process that we need to go through.
Yeah.
As part of the master plan update.
I guess what I'm struggling with is, I don't think there's any, to me, I think we've reached a point where the master plan has got to be a higher than a middle priority. So I don't know if we want to swap one of these out or just add it. Maybe we have 11. But I think the master plan has reached that point. So if that's the case, and we all agree that that's the case, then I guess the next question is, do we take time and have Lee come back to us with all of the mismatched zoning master plan things? What would you be talking about in terms of time to do that? Months, years, next Friday? I'm guessing it's not next Friday.
Oh, I think completing maps that show in areas would be a fairly easy task.
And then adjusting, then going through the process of adjusting that.
Oh, going through the process of adjusting it, I believe a master plan update that involves significant public input will take
So I guess what I'm
months.
asking you is, yeah, I get that. I guess what I'm asking you, in your opinion as a professional planner, is would we be better off to leave our master plan the way it is, or work with a master plan that exists today and try and get zoning and master plan to mesh? Or would we be better off saying, no, let's not waste our time doing that. Let's start the process of another master plan.
Start the process of another master plan.
Then that's what I think we should do.
And just a reminder, what the current, and that's tentatively put in for its, I understand the priority, but FY '23, because our current planning focus is Title 18. So to do those concurrently,
so it would be
possible.
We'd be a year.
Master plan rewrite in 2023 is what
Well,
you're
we
saying.
would start it in 2023, right?
Right.
But it's in the 5-year plan then.
It would be started in the calendar year 2022, fiscal year 23.
Oh, so you would say we'd started a year, basically a year from July 1st? July
Yes.
1, 2022?
Sure.
I mean, give or
Right.
take.
Yeah, give or take.
Okay. I mean, I.
Yeah, and we
I
can
guess
get
I
it
could-
done within that fiscal year. You have 6 months of
Yeah.
hearings and back and forth. I'm trying to remember last
Depending on
time
the
it took us
scope.
a
It
year.
Depending on the
It
scope,
took
sure.
longer last time. It was.
Depends on the scope of what
It was
you're
about an
trying to do.
18-month
Yeah.
process, as I recall.
Yeah.
I don't think you're gonna get
Maybe,
it done
maybe
in a
more,
year.
right?
Yeah.
Wasn't it more like 2
Yeah,
years?
the contracts started, we started in 2003 with contract discussions. It was
Yeah.
adopted in April 2006.
So
Yeah.
it doesn't go quite as fast as you think. But anyway, I mean, I guess I would like to see that moved up, in terms of priority, because I think we've reached a point where we have to do that again. Instead of having Lee waste his time to try and make it all mesh now.
So is there anything else in the strategies that we're missing that anybody thinks is not listed anywhere that Stephanie needs to ensure we have a goal or an objective or a program activity? Is there anything you think we missed? Mr. Jones?
Well, I'm on the airport committee, and there's very little consideration or discussion about the airport, and it is part of our properties. I know that there's a potential for increased traffic. The airport manager told me yesterday that there's 2 different airlines that are proposing, if legislature would be in normal session, they would run a shuttle between Vegas and Reno, which is going to increase the traffic. Plus, they're always trying to expand their lease options out there.
So under our economic development
Right, we have to.
or something you'd like,
Well,
some mention of utilization of the airport or expansion of the airport,
Exactly.
something of that nature.
And give them an opportunity for input. Right.
Okay, I don't have any issue with that unless someone does. Supervisor White, is there something else you want to add in?
Thank you. In regards to the airport has just very recently completed their master plan.
There you go.
And so some commentary that we are going to
Support
work in
it or?
conjunction, support it, to do some way or another, add that in, that we're on board with their master plan.
Great. Ms. Hicks, do you have enough information to go back and work on the plan?
Yes, absolutely, I do. I just wanted to close with 2 comments. First, I wanted to thank staff because without the department heads and the electeds, they provided so much input on this. So really, the meat of the plan and the objectives were things that they provided, and we wouldn't have it without them. So I wanted to thank them. But I also wanted to just show you this photo rendering that Rachel Snyder did for us. When we started the strategic plan, we had the flyover exhibit that is on the right. And not so long ago, she got up in a ladder truck and took photos of the completed roundabout that is on the left. And so we just wanted to show you, we did that. We met that objective.
Great job.
Thank you.
Great job. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. We just have a couple of agenda items left. I think unless the board objects, we'll just push on through and then okay, great. So we're going to move on to 21A, which is under our emergency powers. And I think that Ms. Hicks, Ms. Paulson, and Nikki are here to take us through a few items under this one. Who's going first? Nikki? Go first. Thank you. Just tell us we got lots of vaccine and you can go sit down. No, that's what we want to hear.
We're getting closer.
I like it, I like it.
So for the record, Nikki Aker, I'm Director of Carson City Health and Human Services. First, I'll give you just an update of where we are with surveillance in that. And so this is for the weeks of February 17th through the 27th. We are continuing to partner with the Nevada Resilience Project. That, if you remember, that was a contract that I brought to you all to bring some individuals in, and these are resilience ambassadors. During this 2-week period, they identified 40 individuals, families, or organizational groups that could benefit from their services. So happy to see that, and happy to see that that's a partnership that individuals could take advantage of. During that time frame, there were 92 confirmed cases reported in Carson City. 43, that's 43% of all Quad County cases. That's a 12% increase from the previous 2 weeks, and that basically is due to 21 cases in a long-term care facility within that period. So, and as you may remember, the federal government had a program that they allocated vaccine, and they had vaccinators that went into the long-term care facilities. I do not have a report of what percentage that staff or residents had got vaccinated. So of our cases, 50% were female, 50% were male. The average age is 50. We have 4 known hospitalizations. With the schools, we continue to collaborate with the schools and monitor what's happening. The schools are using the Abbott Binex Now, which is a rapid antigen test. Any positives that come out of that in Nevada are presumptive positive, so it's not a confirmed positive, but it is helping the schools decrease the number of cases within the schools. As far as exposures, and I remind you that individuals can answer yes to more than one type of exposure. And like I already said, 21 were in a long-term care facility. And we had our top 3 are community, facility-related, and healthcare associated. And our next 3 are household, work site, and school. And our COVID-19 epidemiologist continues to work closely with the state and the facilities to track the transmission and ensure that mitigation efforts are in place. And this epidemiologist is not Dustin Booth, it is another individual, so one that we brought on from UNR that's doing a great job for us, another very successful collaboration. And we continue to communicate that, the public still do their safe practices of social distancing and now the vaccinations, and testing has really decreased, but we're still encouraging it. I don't think Jeannie is here. She was on the mitigation task forces where today they were talking about our local plans and what we need to have in those plans. So she wanted to stay and listen to that. So I do have her report. We do have 3 of our four school districts going back full-time. And we continue, like I said, we're collaborating with the schools. We do have meetings with them every other week to discuss any challenges that they may have. And we do have investigators that are dedicated just to those cases that are in the schools. For a vaccination update, as the vaccinations come in, we get them into the arms. Later today, we're going to be opening appointments across the Quad County for March 10th to the 16th based on the allocations that we received. And we have been testing out in some new locations for vaccination events this week. Any hiccups that have occurred, we've been able to solve them quickly with the collaboration of the Quad County Healthcare Coalition that was formed well before COVID, and they continue to communicate and get communications from us, and it's been a good collaboration as well. And we also solve these hiccups with the assistance of public and private partners. Our homebound vaccination delivery program has begun, and in collaboration with the Senior Center, Social Service, and home health agencies in the region, we're going to get those individuals vaccinated. And let's see, we are going to start vaccinating on March 10th, the agriculture and food processing subgroup. And that's within the frontline supply chain and logistics bucket. And anyone who is 65 years and older is eligible to be vaccinated from our agency, as long as the pharmacies. We did get some of the
Johnson & Johnson?
yeah, we got some
Janssen?
Sorry,
Or
my
something
mind just went
weird, they
blank.
made it?
We
Yeah.
got some Johnson & Johnson and have events set up for that. So we will not get any for next week, but we will continue to get some of that
Did
as
that
well.
expand our vaccine amount of vaccines?
For this week, it did.
Okay, that's more what I'm after. Are we seeing the actual number of vaccines available for us to use in the quad? Did that increase?
It's increasing a little bit, like I said. We got we had some expansion this week, but we're not getting some Johnson & Johnson next week.
And
So-
honestly, the problem now, as the vaccine gets rolled out, is finding people to put needles in arms. That's, so we did, in the healthcare world, there was a supply chain issue, and that's sort of continuing, but as that supply chain increases, you're seeing the problem on the other end, because, along with all the other activities that the health department and local medical providers have to do, because they still have sick people to see, is the struggle in finding people to put needles in arms. That's what we're struggling with now, because we're getting sufficient vaccine, but we're struggling to find workers to make it all, and the paperwork burden continues to be a burden,
And we're not having that challenge right now. We still have sufficient people to assist us. And we still have the FEMA blue shirts with us to do the data entry and getting, working on that volunteer management piece to get up and rolling with the volunteers and that. So we're lucky, it sounds like, within that area. So.
Carson City is ready. I guess that's the message I want to be sure and put out to the public, that we will get the vaccines in the arms. We just need them to give us the vaccine. So we already have all our plans in place, volunteers and activities necessary to get the vaccines in the arms. We may have some individual groups that might not be able to quickly do that, but I assure you, if we have vaccine, we'll get it to you. That's what I want to.
And we are planning to have multiple teams so that we can have concurrent events. So yeah, we are ready. I've been having conversations on the federal level of, that we need more vaccine.
So I really want to clear that up too. I was somewhere last week and I don't want to say I got bombarded, but maybe that's a good word. Surrounded, that's a good word, by, come on, Mayor, why aren't you giving us the vaccine? You have it and won't give it out. And I'm like, I don't know where you guys are getting these ideas, but I want to commend our health department. We have teams that are working as hard as they can. And I am telling you that I'm seeing a fire chief sitting over there. I don't care what it takes. The city will get the vaccines in the arms the moment that we have them. We are ready, willing, and able to do that. It's really a federal distribution issue. And I think that the federal government's trying as hard as they can, too, to produce more vaccine. Like you said, it's a supply issue, and as I found out, it's not just the vaccine. It turned out being stoppers. I mean, there were more issues in that supply chain, but I just want to, again, clearly state to the Carson City public, we give it out every single week. We get it, and we give it out. So we have dentists that will come and put shots in arms, so we're prepared.
Exactly. Yes, we find out what our allocation is, and yes, we do have events planned way out. What we don't have planned is the number that we can give out. We have a general idea, But once we find out what that number is that we get, then we figure out what we're going to give, and we sometimes we're down to zero.
Yeah.
And that's what our goal is.
But that's the right answer. We
That
have
our
zero.
our goal is to have zero.
Right.
And so, yes, we work to get it out as fast as we can.
Good.
We want to get it in arms.
Supervisor Schutte, you had a question?
Hi, Nikki, can you remind everyone why it's important to still get tested? Because you had mentioned that the numbers are down, but you're encouraging people to still get tested.
It's still important to get tested because COVID resembles a lot of different other respiratory illnesses. And COVID is much more contagious. So people may think that they're having it, that what they have is a cold, when in fact they could have COVID. And so it's still important because we don't have that community herd immunity at this point, where we have enough people vaccinated to protect the community. So it's important to still get tested to find out who is contagious, and so that we can take the necessary precautions to protect individuals.
Thank you. Okay, looks pretty good here. Who's up next?
Thank you.
Thank you so much again, and let your staff know they rock.
Thank you.
All right. So as everyone probably knows, at the governor's last press conference, in order to receive the delegation of authority regarding specific local mitigation measures on May 1st, each county must develop a full local mitigation and enforcement plan that aligns with the template that will be provided by the state. So given that this guidance came out yesterday and it's being discussed at the state COVID task force meeting today, and also a draft needs to be presented by the city to the task force on March 15th, we wanted just to discuss this with the board and get direction for some of the components of the plan. So I think you all have the light material. On page 4, talks about the components of the plan. And it's fairly similar to the plan that we had to present to the task force when we were considered an elevated risk. So I think the first part, monitoring, I think we have that down. That would just, we'd have to provide our testing and contact tracing efforts and the hospital capacity and our supply of the PPE. I think what we need direction on is the mitigation measures piece. Currently, occupancy at restaurants and gyms and retail, on March 15th, those will increase to 50% occupancy. And then on large event gatherings, those on March 15th would move to 250 people or 50%, whichever is less. The state is not giving up authority. They will still require that everyone wears a mask, employees, visitors, and let's see, what else was it? And customers, they will always have to wear a face covering. And we also will still have to adhere to the social distancing guidelines. So we were wondering if what the thoughts were of the board, whether or not we would want to do a staggered approach. Maybe, it goes to 50% capacity at March 15th. Do we want to on May 1st go to 75% possibly and then to 100% capacity? Do we just want to go to 100% capacity, knowing that the businesses will still have to adhere to the social distancing guidelines, so that will in effect limit their capacity? So
I think that's a good discussion point so that it's clear in all of our minds. Let's say we said you can go to 100% capacity, but you're limited in reality by your own footprint, is what you're saying, because they still have to adhere to the 6 feet social distancing. Is that required in the plan? And that, I just need to clarify that so even the public understands what we mean. So they'd still have to do, all of the hand washing requirements, they should still have, not soap, why did I just go blank?
Sanitizer.
Sanitizer, thank you. But all of those things would still apply. So if we did 100% capacity, as long as their individual footprint allowed them to do 100% capacity. So it still would be limited by their table space. For instance, I could have a restaurant that has 200 square feet or whatever, and they can only put in 6-foot distancing from their tables. Is that what I'm understanding? Is
That's
still there?
correct.
Okay.
We probably have to talk about limiting the number of people at a table, so you don't have.
Well, they have 6
Three-
right
three
now.
tables,
So
six,
is that
right.
open for discussion? The number at a table? Or you're not quite sure yet?
That is not in the guidance. The guidance just says, the following baseline mitigation measures will remain in place and will continue to be enforced by the state. It just says social distancing and hygiene considerations.
It says on page 4, it says mitigation measures, occupancy restrictions for public and private gatherings. So to me, that's an occupancy restriction. So that was going to be my question to you. If you're going to say you can go to 100% capacity, but you've got to have 6-foot distance, you're saying 6-foot distance between people sitting at tables or booths, correct?
Whatever the current
Correct.
restriction is 6 feet.
Well, it's not going to change from 6 feet, but.
Right.
So then the question I would ask is, we should have a table limit too, because otherwise you could have someone come in with a party of 50, that sit at one table, right? Big table,
Yeah, I think,
really big table.
right now the table restriction is 6.
Okay.
Right. And I don't see any, do we want to go to the 100%? The footprint itself will still require all the cleaning requirements and all, like you said, all of the distancing requirements. She may have to bring back a couple of nuances after we get the final template from the governor, as to whether or not, like you said, we get the authority to discuss the number at a table. I don't know that we will or will not get that authority yet, but Supervisor Schutte?
While I would like to say 100%, I think staggered might be a better way to go. I worry a little bit about the nuance of 100%, and even though it's while social distancing and the protocol is still in effect, sometimes people lose sight of that because they have in mind 100%. And 100% of what they're used to, and I'm not talking business owners, I'm talking the public, but what I'm used to when I go to a restaurant and when I think 100%, I just think it can get a little complicated there.
I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with you. I even think 75%, 50%, 35%. I think that answer is wishy-washy to begin with, so.
Without
yes,
question, I think
I agree
though,
with you.
it
but-
lends itself at 50% or 75%, and believe me, I so want to have 100%. But it's just that reminder at 75% that we're not going to see a full room, and that the 6-foot distance and the hand washing and everything, which people should be washing their hands anyway, but
Fair point. I agree.
that it's really still at the forefront as we open up, and we're also excited to open up.
Okay. Supervisor White?
We're talking about this blue document, Nevada's Roadmap to Recovery, correct?
Yes.
This document that just landed on this desk while we were gone to break, and nobody, as far as I know, has even had a chance to look at it until Nancy started talking about it. How do we even have any conversation about what we're going to ask staff to go do with this? We haven't looked at it.
I agree that I wish that COVID was a more static issue and that we had responsible time and everything else, but I'm not going to leave the businesses of Carson City without an option to open more just because we haven't had time. We need to present on March 15th. And so we're going to get an opportunity, Mr. White, to come back the first meeting in April. We'll actually see a plan that we're going to approve or not approve. It's to give direction to the staff of a methodology.
my
So I'm
point.
not disagreeing that
That's my point. I
doggone.
don't know how we give staff direction when we haven't even opened the front page of this.
Well, I think that's fine. Supervisor Jones?
I think we ought to go 100%, even at 100%.
They're going to be limited.
There's going to be restrictions, and our restaurants and bars and that have been held down so long, and I know it's been very difficult, and I would just say, let's do it, because there's still going to be the restrictions. They're not going to be at 100% population or whatever.
No, because their footprint's not going to
Occupancy.
let it, right?
Right.
What do we put in there to mitigate that if we go to 100% and the, what hits the, what?
So
What do we do?
So for me, the other section becomes you got two things, enforcement measure, and for me personally, I like to look at the hospital issues, and you're watching whether your hospital stay, that to me is the actual, right? Because some people can get COVID, but they're not getting sick enough to take up all the hospital
We're
beds.
going to tie those together then, you're saying?
I think so. I
Well,
think that's what we're.
What is the rate? Is it 10%? Is it
Right.
10%? And if the rate goes over 10, then we have to fall back.
If what rate goes over 10?
Well, there's a.
Hospitalization rate.
Yeah.
Mhm. I don't know
He's
about you
talking
guys.
hospitalization rate, you're
Yeah.
talking test positivity rate,
No, I'm just talking hospitalization.
Right. I think,
10%.
no, but.
Because they don't ever go below 10% in the ICU. I mean, ever.
No, of COVID. Yeah, you're right. They're at like.
Well, it's got to be more than
84.
COVID. It's got to be
Right.
more than COVID.
Right.
It's got to be more than COVID, because if the ICU is full of cardiac patients, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
There's no place for a COVID patient to go.
But we have that issue now. What do we do now if the ICU is filled with cardiac patients?
They ship somebody somewhere else.
Right.
But
So
it doesn't,
I believe you may be talking about the test positivity rate, and we're flagged if it's over 8.
Okay.
but that's going away. That's going to go away.
Well, we'll see.
My understanding that when it goes to this, that flagging is going to go away, because they're giving us the plan to do it. So that's what we have to come up with, is our plan. And if Lori's saying it's going to be hospital admissions, then I'm saying it can't only be hospital COVID admissions, because that it makes no difference. If the hospital ICU is full, it's full.
And I have no clarification of that. The governor's office is still going to be watching, so I don't have clarification if it's truly going away. I may get more information of what's being discussed today.
One of the things that definitely should drop off that governor's thing is, number of tests administered, because we
Can't control
we
it.
cannot, we will not be able to meet that going forward. It's not possible, because no one is going to get tested anymore. And I suspect as more people get vaccinated, that number is going to go down to 0. People are going to, they're going to be vaccinated, they're going to get the sniffles, and they're not going to stop doing anything they've done or get tested.
Correct.
Because they know they've been vaccinated, and they're not going to be able to tell the difference between a cold and COVID. So
And I think the other thing that, unless this board feels differently, we should continue with our staff person.
for
that
sure.
go. So everybody in agreement that we would keep Mr. Riccolo doing the education and enforcement, because I think that goes hand in hand, right? That I think we're very lucky in Carson City. We have had very compliant businesses. He reports to me constantly that they're appreciative and helpful. Does anybody have where we are in our supplies of PPE and things? Because I think it's imperative. Do we have half of a warehouse full? How are we doing on that? I just think I want to stick to the cleaning and all of those things in our plan, and that we're going to use a staff person going around and checking businesses and stuff for their compliance. Because I agree with Lisa that I don't want it to be that people think, great, I don't have to wear a mask now. No, you still have to wear a mask. You still have to wash your hands. You still need to have the supplies and the PPE at the businesses.
Well,
So,
and you still need to be able to keep your distance. And
Right,
so
safe distance.
100% of the available space with the ability to keep one's distance, what really does that mean? Does that mean 75%?
yeah, it's different for each business.
Exactly.
Correct.
So that's where, it definitely gets complicated. But yeah, if we just remind everyone, and not that anyone needs reminding, we've all lived this for a year, but to really be thoughtful and mindful because we want to be able to keep businesses open.
Yes.
And
goal.
it's when we're also excited about getting back to normal, but we don't want to then have to turn around and start shutting things down because of the next wave.
And I think our importance of our enforcement is, again, letting those businesses know, if Rob has to visit you 4 times, I don't want to punish all businesses for one bad actor. So I think the enforcement is major on that. Oh, do you have the answer for us on the supplies?
Darren Schultz, for the record, I have all the answers.
Oh, I knew that. I just knew that.
So our supplies
Are
are
you from
PPE.
the government?
Yes, I am. Our PPE supplies are holding up very well. Some are hotter items than others, but we have, I would say, on average, about 75% left when we were from being totally stocked to where we are now. I will add that the requests have went up over the last 3 weeks compared to prior to that. So they're still asking for stuff.
Well, and I would imagine as we move to the potentially 100% opening, I hope they are asking for more because they know they're going to have more customers and they're doing the right thing by getting more sanitizer, more masks. So hopefully that message is going. Supervisor Giomi.
I'm with Supervisor Schutte. I think tiered would be better. It sounds like we may not go that way, but that would be my druthers. But if we don't, we have to make sure there's a way that we can react in case cases go up. Whatever that is, I guess I'll leave it to Nancy to work with Nikki and decide. But we have to have something that allows us to restrict again should that public health emergency return. So that would be the first thing I'd stipulate. Secondly, I would like to see us, in terms of the enforcement component, take an educational approach, but also add an enforcement component to that, which we're not doing right now. And I think if we're going to go to, especially if we're going to go to 100% and tell them that they have to have the 6-foot distancing, if our education guy goes out there, whatever it is, 3 times and nothing has changed, we have to have some kind of enforcement. Otherwise, it's meaningless. It's words on paper that don't mean anything. So that's what I would support.
I could agree with opening at the 100% because I think they're going to be limited by rules anyway, and adding in the 3 strikes and something. I agree that enforcement needs to be real. It doesn't do any good if it doesn't have real teeth in it. So I agree with that. Ms. Paulson, you raised your hand.
As far as the enforcement, right now, our compliance coordinator, he works with OSHA, and if it got to the point where, he's gone out several times and it's not being corrected, then he works with OSHA, and then, because OSHA has the ability to issue fines to the businesses where currently the city doesn't have the ability to issue a monetary fine to businesses. So.
As long as it's in the plan that says that, I'm fine with it.
And he notifies OSHA or whatever.
Yeah.
And then if I could just, on Supervisor White's comments, this is a preliminary plan that goes to the state task force on March 15th. And at that time, the state is going to provide feedback and recommendations to each local government. And then from March 15th, this is on page 3 of your packet. From March 15th to the middle of April, the plan should be finalized and must receive endorsement from the following entities. So Nikki's department has to sign off on it, and a superintendent for the local school district, and the Nevada Hospital Association and/or the Nevada Rural Hospital Association. And then once we've received all of those endorsements, then it has to come to our board of supervisors for final approval. And then, somewhere around April 13th, April 15th, then the state task force will give a final review of our plan that was approved by the board of supervisors.
Lots of steps. Okay. Supervisor Jones?
Well, I wanted to tie in with what Stacy said. If this does go back in increases, will the governor step back in, or he's not dropping the program 1 May?
We don't know.
I mean, or is it going to be up to us after 1 May?
We don't know. I think it fits with what Mr. White just said earlier. I wish that we had time. I wish that everything was better, but the answer is we have no idea. I would have to assume they're going to look at it globally in the state.
I would too.
Right, if I was, I'm not in their seat, but I would say, okay, wow, or here goes 30%, everybody's got COVID. It should be, my hope is it's actually going to be really declining here because more and more are getting vaccinated. So we should see a huge decline. And so even by May 1st, again, even if we're going to 100%, nobody's getting 100% because of the other. I would see after that, and why I'm looking forward to seeing what the governor's office is really going to give us the authority to do. Because I'd like to know in June, can I look at everything and say, hey, we're doing so well, we're not having COVID cases go to the hospital anymore because the medication they can give you now at home that they didn't used to be able to do is working, and we have more people vaccinated. Therefore, we could reduce the 6 foot, or maybe in August, the masks can go away. I mean, I think we're going to keep seeing this in phases.
I actually think we're going to see one more peak. That's my thought. I think we're going to see one more serious peak of COVID cases. There's variants out there, and the vaccines are not meeting the needs yet because they're not there yet. I think we're going to have one more peak, and I think it's going to surprise people. But we'll see. I could be wrong.
Let's hope for this time that he's wrong. Yeah, let's hope for you're wrong. He could be right, but let's hope for a wrong. Is there any other decision points that staff needs? Again, I apologize to everyone that we're just reading through this, and we'll get it back in April-ish to make just for final looks.
I guess maybe the only other thing would be the large gatherings.
Oh, large
Do we
gatherings.
need to, as of March 15th, it's supposed to go to 250 individuals or 50% capacity, whichever is less.
So large gathering, that you're talking about special events like Taste of Downtown.
Correct.
Or whatever. I'm just saying that's the examples of large gatherings in Carson City that would exceed the 250. It's mostly a
convention at the Nugget or the Fandango.
Yeah, they have the capacity to be greater than 250 people. And then our outdoor events have the capacity to be greater than 250. Does anyone have any thought on the large gatherings? Do we want to stay at the 250 for a while and then we assess it to see if Stacy's wrong? Oh,
I know of one special event that was planned and postponed that would have brought in north of 500 participants at the prison.
Mm-hmm. So social distancing rule would still apply?
Not with that event.
That's what I'm trying to get to is, what do you guys want to do on
Want to
large
talk about
gatherings?
events, talk to the CTA, talk to David and see what, is hanging out there. but we're talking about sporting events, we're talking about all of those things.
Yes.
I
See in there's a component for youth sports.
yeah.
So that could, especially this event that I'm thinking of at the prison would, of course, they're not youths, but whatever goes along with that.
I'd stick with 250 for now, and let's see. Let's see.
Everybody here want to start with 250 for our first round, May 1st, and then maybe we can, actually, let me think about it this way. Would we like staff to put in the plan that on May 1st we'll be at the 250, but that they could maybe build in some benchmarks, so what tells us to increase that? That's what everybody okay with that? Let's keep it at the 250 and then have ratcheting ideas that staff can come up with of when we would increase that.
Yes, because also part of the, or large gatherings, an large gathering outside is different than a large gathering in a convention center. And so, and I think, for example, Taste of Downtown, it's spread out throughout a large portion of downtown, so it's not even in one area. So I think that number, when it comes to being outside, can be pretty flexible, whereas it can't be flexible in a inside venue.
So is that enough to understand? So work together with the health department and everybody to come up with something on that. Any other that you need to be able to produce a beginning plan?
No, I think that'll work.
Enough information to be dangerous. Okay, thank you. Is there anything else under this item? We're good?
No.
Okay, thank you. We're going to move on then to 21B. We're almost done here, and then we'll go into our other activities. Ms. Paulson, you want to take us through the legislation discussion?
Right, so this is for the board to consider pending state legislation that may have an impact on Carson City and the adoption of official policy positions on whether to support, oppose, or remain neutral on various bills. Today, we're just looking at 3. SB 57, that's the imposition of special assessments by a board of county commissioners. This bill would make it easier, in talking with the Community Development Department, it would make it easier and give the city more options to collect nuisance abatement costs. Under existing law, if the owner of real property fails to abate certain nuisances, a board of county commissioners may make the costs incurred by the county for the abatement a special assessment against the real property and collect the special assessment. This bill would authorize the board to also recover any unpaid fine or fee for an offense relating to real property by making the unpaid fine or fee a special assessment against the real property. And it also takes, currently there's, you have to, for chronic nuisances, you would have to wait 180 days before you could issue the special assessment, and for public nuisances or dangerous structures, you'd have to wait at least 12 months, and this bill would eliminate those requirements. It also says that the penalty had to be more than $5,000 in order to issue a special assessment.
Any thoughts by the board? Everybody, Supervisor White?
So I did read this bill. And within that bill, it talks about collecting this assessment in the same manner as property taxes. And what that tells me then is that this property would be liable for sale due to taxes not being paid. And I'm not interested in giving the government more avenues and making it easier for them to take people's private property.
Supervisor Giomi?
This, having worked on the enforcement side of things, and I would support this. Just, I can tell you that when there are nuisances that need to be abated, and the property owners who should be abating them drag their feet because they realize the law doesn't punish them when they don't abate issues that are causing nuisances in the neighborhood, it really does create a lack of peaceful enjoyment for a whole group of people. So I would be in support of this.
Okay. Can I don't know if legal's had a chance on this, but while it's indicating that it would go on their tax bill, does it actually open up the statute that calls for the non-payment of a tax? Is it included in that for, so can a person pay their property taxes and not pay the assessment here and then be subject to 3 years you haven't paid it and the treasurer and assessor can declare all that?
I can tell you that for nuisances that get abated and attached to their property taxes, it is a property tax for all intents and purposes. So,
Okay.
yes.
Does this bill give that?
Well, I guess I should preface my answer with, I haven't had a chance to really dig too deep down on this bill. In fact, I just saw this earlier today. I think, I don't know if this provision of this bill maybe addresses your question, Mayor, which is subsection 3 of section 1. That's the new section of a mandatory language to be added to chapter 244 of NRS. And here it speaks to a special assessment being collected at the same time and in the same manner as ordinary county taxes are collected. And that would also be subject to the same penalties and the same procedure and sale in cases of delinquencies. So it sounds like everything would, basically be consistent. I would also point out for the record, and perhaps this goes more to Supervisor White's concern earlier, is that, this is it's an enabling statute. It's not a mandatory imposition on our board to do anything. It just provides an additional tool. So, I don't want to stray into policy discussions, but I did want to provide that legal bit for your consideration as well.
And so currently, when we have a property owner that's not complying, the city goes in and does the abatement of the problem, and then we still attach it, but it becomes a lien on their property, so the city only gets their money upon sale. But the other issue is, as Supervisor Giomi indicated, they don't do it. They refuse to do the work, and that the taxpayer is even having to put the money out and wait 20 years or 40 years for recovery doesn't seem appropriate to me either.
Well,
And so that's right.
I will tell you there are instances in, you don't want to reveal things specifically, but there are instances where a corporation can sell the property to another corporation. And you could have a legal right to go after the first corporation, but once they sell it, you don't have that right anymore. So, and so that they just play this game where they don't mitigate anything, and the hazard continues to exist. I just think it's one more tool that, in my mind, I'm not equating this to saying that if this passes, that the government's going to go over and knock on the door and say, fix that by Friday or we're going to take your property.
Yeah,
I mean, there are still tons of protections built into this that, lots of steps that have to be gone through before, someone's property gets sold because they don't pay an assessment.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I don't know about you guys, but probably my number one phone calls from the public deals with code enforcement issues. I mean, again, I don't know where you guys are getting your calls from, but I get a ton of people. And it's like, it takes so long for us, like Stacy says, there are so many steps before it even gets to the city itself doing the money to do the abatement. I mean, we give property owners lots and lots and lots of time and chances to correct and mediate. So it's a May. Plus, I think it's 3 years even after when they haven't paid before we can even put it to sale or do something. So there's a lot of protections in this bill. So do we have a pleasure on this for a motion of support or not?
Can we have just one more discussion?
Supervisor White, briefly, please.
Well, I'm not blind to neighbors being nuisances. I'm not blind to the effort that it takes for the city or whoever, whatever government agency it is to mitigate these situations when you have somebody that doesn't want to do it. That being said, again, in my opinion, we already have enough restrictions and mandates and stuff on so-called property owners that were literally nothing more than renters to begin with. And I'm not comfortable with giving the government another way of taking away somebody's private property. It's just the bottom line of it.
Okay, thank you. I'll take a motion. Anybody want to take a stab on SB 57? Supervisor Giomi?
I move to support SB 57.
Do I have a second? I have a
I second.
motion by Supervisor Giomi, a second by Supervisor Shute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Mr. White is the no? Okay, I just want to make sure that the secretary can record that. So it was 4 yeses, 1 no by Supervisor White. Ms. Paulson, please take us through SB 94.
So this is a bill from Senator Settlemyre, and this is relating to public highways, roads, and ways. And this would allow an owner of private property upon which a public road or way is located to erect and maintain a fence or gate across the public road if the owner submits a request to the governmental entity which has jurisdiction over the public road or way, and the governmental entity approves the request. Let's see. The governmental entity may approve a request submitted by an owner if they determine that the proposed fence or gate will not greatly inconvenience the traveling public, and they may impose such conditions on the erection and maintenance of the fence or gate as it deems necessary for the safety and convenience of the public. If they do decide to erect a fence across a public road, the owner shall maintain a gate at the location through which members of the public may access the public road or way. And any gate erected must be kept unlocked and in such condition to allow members of the public to access the road or way without unnecessary delay. And it also includes that they have to have signage posted.
Was there a reason that brought this bill forward? Is this for animal crossings, keeping them, I mean, what's generating, do you know? You know? Okay. Supervisor White maybe knows?
So
Oh.
I know a good portion of the story. Senator Settlemyre has for several years now been running various bills through the legislature that help farmers and ranchers protect their properties from a whole myriad of goofy things that go on out in the boonies. I had a very long conversation with Senator Settlemyre about this bill. First of all, because I'm a little uncomfortable with the way utility easements are included with this bill. It kind of leaves a really wide range of things that can go on in regards to closing off access through BLM and Forest Service properties, the way it is structured with utility easements. Senator Settlemyre has assured me that this bill is put in place to mitigate an unforeseen instance from last legislature where several of the rural district attorneys have decided that any gate whatsoever is an encumbrance to the public free movement. So this bill is trying to mitigate that. He's also informed me that this bill is under substantial revision. So I think we should hold off on supporting it until we see what the final language is going to be. He told me it's basically kicked over another hornet's nest.
So you're suggesting we remain neutral?
For now. I do support in concept what he's doing, but this bill has a long ways to go before it even gets to the floor.
Supervisor Giomi?
I was just going to reiterate that's what I'd heard, that there's substantial revisions to this that are becoming, and I think we should remain neutral.
Okay,
Or just not even take a vote on it, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't think we have to even,
Silent is
I would
fine.
just make a recommendation, we don't say anything.
well, yeah, that's what neutral means. We're
Well-
not taking a position pro or con because we
Okay,
don't have
but
it
to the
yet.
legislature, neutral is a position.
I think
You go in and
it's
testify.
neutral for our staff that we're not testifying on SB
And
94.
I'm fine saying that.
Okay. Yeah, our staff's not taking a position on SB 94. Yeah, when they come
we'll
up
bring
with
it
the
back.
amended version. Okay, SB 141.
This removes the prospective expiration of provisions relating to construction managers at risk. This is a program that Carson City uses a lot, and it's a very useful tool for us. And Darren Schultz could probably speak to this if we had any questions, but it is set to expire this year, and this bill would just allow the continuation of the CMAR process.
So that's the only change, is just repealing the sunset of the activity. And certainly we've done CMAR on many projects in Carson City. But Supervisor White?
Thank you again. Yeah, I support this bill in concept. I think the CMAR works real well for us. However, if you look at the bill on page 4 and page 6, this language also removes the definition of vertical and horizontal construction. So I have a feeling there's more going on here than, I mean, why would you remove the definition of horizontal and vertical construction? I don't think we know everything that's going on with this.
Darren? Mr. Schultz?
Darren Schultz for the record. So when the process was first put in that CMAR could be used as a delivery method for capital projects, it was everybody wasn't real sure if it was the right thing to do or if it would be a good way to deliver projects. And that's number one, why they put the sunset clause in there. But number two, they distinguished the horizontal construction from the vertical mainly because they wanted to use the CMAR process on the vertical and not on the horizontal until all the questions were answered, all the boxes were checked, it was safe to do this. And now this round, they're extending the sunset, but they're also getting rid of the distinguishing between vertical and horizontal.
So you're comfortable with
Very much so.
losing these definitions? that
Very much so, yes.
There's not
As it-
something else going on?
Nope. As it applies to CMAR, it very comfortable.
Okay.
There's nothing hidden here.
Mr. Yu?
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'd like to address specifically Supervisor White's question and concern, and I appreciate what what Darren just said on the record. This is a short bill, and the way I read this is that it's doing one thing and only one thing, and that is to remove the existing sunset provision. I think with respect to those provisions that include the defined terms of horizontal construction and the other phrase that you were referring to, those provisions are not being affected directly by this bill itself. So that's just a reiteration of the text of repealed sections with respect to the existing sunset clause. So what all that's doing is, and I know it gets a little convoluted pursuant to rules of drafting over there at the LCB, but really what they're doing is they're plucking from a previous bill. So if you look to the top of the page where it says text of repealed sections, you'll see this is a statutes of Nevada from 2013. So that red line language that you see in there that affects subsection 12, which is that defined phrase or term horizontal construction, that was affected back in 2013.
Okay.
So and without being able to pull up immediately on my computer what that bill in 2013 did, what I can assure this board is that this bill itself is confined exclusively to only impacting the sunset provision and nothing else.
Thank you for the clarification. Supervisor Giomi, a motion?
Move to support SB 141.
Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second to support SB 141. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you so much. Okay, that ends this item. We'll move on to our almost final item, agenda item number 22. Does any member of the board have anything to discuss under this item? I'm looking down. Nobody has their hand raised or has anything. Ms. Paulson, do you have anything under that? I knew 22 was going to go fast today. Okay, so I'm going to actually move to final public comment and adjournment, and then we will have lunch and do our closed meeting with legal counsel. So do I have any final public comment?
There's no public comment at this time.
Thank you so very much. So unless there's any objection, we're adjourned. Thank you for a good meeting and good work today.